Alrighty. Ba wutta ba ba bang bang diggy dee. Okay, we're good. And annoyingly, I was ready to go, and then it's like, oh yeah, I still need to do this. Alrighty. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And before I completely forget, there. Because the chance of anybody needing me right now otherwise is kind of low. Anyway, hello. 'Tis me again. At least I hope it's still me. And let's just check. Go away. I got a pop-up on my Twitch saying, hey, by the way, if you give a subscription to this channel, you know, you can be entered for yada yada yada. And I'm like, it's my own channel. Why would I gift a subscription to my own channel? What? Anyway, so yes, we're going to take a break from the regular block structure that we've been dealing with for the last, let's see here, over the last 10 years. What? Yeah. We did Dissension last week, and Dissension was, 1996. Or, sorry, 2006, I should say. The game came out in 93. By about 95, I think it was, we got Ice Age, which would be the first set in the first block. But I think it would have been 1996 by the time we actually realized, no, we're dealing with block structures now. What the heck is a block? And so let me just make sure I'm not completely out of it here. Yeah, Ice Age was 1995. And then Alliances was 1996. Cool. So that means we'd gone through, and this set is now 2006. So we had been dealing with the block structure for about the last 10 years, as far as the game was concerned. And then shenanigans occurred. What do I mean shenanigans? So, Ice Age block, technically, up to this point, had consisted of Ice Age, Alliances, and Homelands. The problem with Homelands specifically, in this context, was it didn't really fit what Ice Age and Alliances were doing. If we go back to Ice Age for a moment, even if you just look according to the artwork, it's a lot of it looks very cold and very cold, very miserable. And then when you start looking at some of the lands, you're going to get, well, you'll eventually hit your snow basics. And you had cards like Glacial Chasm and, Carplusum Forest. Even if you look at the setting, Attakar Wastes, they are both very, very cold, even the Findhorn Elves are dressed more warmly than you see them elsewhere. And, the plant life has got snow on it, so there's going to be, you're expecting a lot of coldness in this setting. Then if you go to, and so some of the things that we've come across, we got cumulative upkeep, we got used to a snow setting, even some of the cards, like we had Shannon Dryads in Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, Revised. We'd have that in 4th as well, I believe. And then we would have Rime Dryad, I think it was called, or something like that. Yeah, Rime Dryad. Spelled R-I-M-E, which also refers to ice and snow and so forth. And it had snow-covered forest walk, which is now just snow forest walk, i.e., for it to be unblockable, they not only have to have a forest in play, it has to have the snow type as well. I will point out, this is the first time that I remember ever seeing an undercosted creature that didn't have a drawback. And for reference, let's compare, Jazam Jin, which is now like a $3,000 card. Be careful looking at this. There is a 2 up here in the top right corner beside the 2 black symbols. It's hard to tell because it's black on black and it's a darker gray circle. But this is a 4 mana 5/5 that each of your upkeeps does a point of damage to you. So 4 mana for 5/5 back in the day, that was a huge deal. But it was, 4 mana. It was 4 mana. You got 5/5, so it's bigger than it cost to cast, with a compensating drawback. Rime Dryad was a 1 mana 1/2 with a lower upside, but not a drawback. Wait, what? It was a lower upside, but it wasn't a drawback. Because prior to this, compare Shannon Dryads, which was 1 green for 1/1 with Forest Walk. Well, if we restrict it to Snow Forest Walk, we'll give it an extra point of toughness. And this is the first time I think we'd ever seen a creature that's actually technically bigger, apart from Ornithopter. That's a different discussion. That actually costs more to cast, that actually costs less to cast than its size would suggest, without not only did it not have a drawback, it still had an upside on top of that. and for reference, Ornithopter, which even if you start playing during Brothers War, you'd have some familiarity with this card. And this card goes back all the way back down to like Antiquities, Magic's second ever expansion. And it was a 0 mana, 0/2 flyer. And I think they decided they were going to cost this like it had Defender without giving it Defender. Because A, the Defender keyword didn't exist yet. B, it was a 0 mana, 0/2 flyer. Which means it blocked really well, but it could not usefully attack unless you pumped it somehow. It required something else going on top of it. Unholy Strength being a good example here. Let's jump all the way back down to... let's go back to the original, revised. This is the original artwork that was used for it. And so you would put together 2 cards, and you'd end up with a 2-card, you'd end up with a 2/2 flyer. Which is a good deal, except for the fact, and you get a 1 mana 2/2 flyer, but it costs you 2 cards. And if Ornithopter got blown up, you lost both cards, which is the problem that auras commonly face, which is part of why one of the biggest decks... Once people actually realized how good it could be, the hexproof deck in Modern was actually a really big deal when it came out. Because for the longest time, the idea of taking a creature, throwing some enchantments on it, and using that as your win condition, that was just something casual players did. Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll be fine. We got this. Well, now turn around and give the creature hexproof, and suddenly it's a lot harder to interact with. You can still interact with it, but now you need either, big effects like Wrath of God, which is 4 mana. They could conceivably kill you before then. Or edict effects. Heaven forbid they've got a second creature. They sack the one they don't care about and they get to keep one. You can't target it with, your typical targeted removal. You can't target it with, Swords of Plowshares, or in Modern it would be Path to Exile. Any of the various murder variants, even Modern equivalents like Cast Down, and what have you, or, what do you call it? Not Subtlety, not Grief. Not Subtlety, not Grief, not Fury. What do you call it? The white one, and I'm drawing a blank on it. Subtlety. Set MH2 ID equal white type incarnation. Solitude. Can't target it with Solitude, alright? Any of that stuff. But back in the day, Ornithopter, based on the general assumption of let's average its power and toughness. Okay, so that makes it a 1/1 flyer. Okay, so that means it should cost about 1 mana. The fact that it's an artifact creature means it can go into any deck, so it should cost a little bit more because the flexibility was considered a big enough draw that it's worth paying a little more for something that can go into anything. So maybe count it as 2 mana. But it's a 0/2. It can't attack unless you equip it. Well, equipment didn't exist yet. Unless you enchant it, unless you use one of the proto equipment. Something like Thomas's weaponry, etc., etc. It would not be unfair to refer to these as proto equipment, which I'm okay with that. Or something. Oh, I see what it is. So I have no problem referring to these as proto equipment, but you would need something of that nature to make Ornithopter actually worth playing. Or, well, for all intents and purposes, it was basically, I think it was basically costed as a wall, and they made it, they could have made it 1 mana. And it wouldn't see as much play as it has historically, but would still see a lot of play because the 1 mana 0/2 flyer is still kind of decent. Compare that to, well, in the same set, in the same time frame, you also had Flying Men. You had Scrib Sprites. You had Will-o'-the-Wisp, which was a 0/1 for black that had flying and black to regenerate. So I think a 1 mana 1/1 flyer in black probably at that point might have actually been fair. Red had Goblin Balloon Brigade showing that it could get flying, just not easily. But I mean, even green got in on the action. A 1/1 flyer, I think Mesa Pegasus ended up costing 2 because it had banding. Otherwise, again, a 1 mana 1/1 flyer would have been fair. This stat-wise equivalent to a 1/1 flyer. But it was a 0/2 that needed another, because it's a 0/2, you need another card to be able to make sure it can do, like, it can block, but it won't do anything to anything it's blocking, etc., etc. So Ornithopter ends up being a, I think they could have treated it as a 1. But the other thing is, it died to so many things. It could die to, it had 2 toughness, so it would die to Lightning Bolt or anything that reduces toughness by 2. So Immolation was right around the corner. Within the next year, Immolation would come out, which would give enchant creature +2/2 for a single red. You would, Lightning Bolt was the go-to. Swords to Plowshares. Oh, by the way, I give you 0 life for it. You also had any of the artifact removal that would come out, or that was already out. It died to Shatter, Disenchant. Naturalize didn't exist yet, but you did get Crumble. Which, destroy target artifact, can't be regenerated. Its controller gains life equal to that artifact's mana value. So, you hit a 7 mana artifact with it. Cool. This is almost Swords to Plowshares. This is a cross between like Terror and Swords to Plowshares. We'll get there eventually. But against artifacts, it doesn't have to hit something with power and toughness. It just has to hit something that's an artifact. And at that point, there was no reason to play a bunch. Like, there was no payoff for having a bunch of artifacts in play. In fact, having too many could be a drawback, just as having a bunch of creatures in play can be a drawback, because your board gets wiped with things like Wrath of God for creatures, or in the case of artifacts, Shatterstorm. So, but yeah, going back to what we were saying, like, yes, Ornithopter might be the first undercosted creature that didn't have a drawback. Hey, Smite. But people didn't really play that. Compare Rime Dryad, which I think was the first undercosted creature with a bonus on it and no drawback. I think that was the first one we ever saw. Coldsnap on the thing about Homelands was it didn't gel with anything Ice Age and Alliances had. Well, then they decide they're going to give us Coldsnap. And a lot of the stuff better fit what was going on. Thematically, it was a better fit. We got cumulative upkeep, but we had interesting ways of dealing with cumulative upkeep. I won't go into my opinion about the card and where it places yet, but cumulative upkeep had gone from just simply being, here's a card with an upkeep cost that you just have to remember how much you paid last time and then add that amount again. Like add the upkeep amount again, to dealing with counters, which is a bit of a mechanical change, but it made handling cumulative upkeep a lot easier. And since it used counters, it could then reference how many counters were on it in the card itself. And then we got interesting things like, Ripple, which will be relevant for some cards in some decks. Recover, I have, what are you called? Is it Icefall I'm thinking of? No, it is Icefall I'm thinking of. I have Icefall in my commons only mono red deck because this gives me a card that I can spend one card and over time just keep blowing up threat after threat after threat. It has to be an artifact or land, but when you're playing with just commons, it is hard to come up, especially in mono red, with card advantage. And so the ability to be able to reuse this multiple times over the course of a game is kind of a big deal. But we'll get to how I feel about Icefall, possibly when we get to red. And it's got other references to stuff you would see in Ice Age as well. You know, the White Shield Crusader. Order of the White Shield. Originally from Ice Age. 2 mana for a 2/1, protection from black. Pay white to give it first strike, or pay double white to give it +1/+0. White Shield Crusader, same card, except instead of giving first strike, you can give it flying. Gargoyles, we saw some, I believe. Griffins, I think we also saw some. Ursine Phil, I have no idea how to actually pronounce this. I keep calling it Filgsha. Or Filgia, I'm something in there. But if you take a look at these two cards, you know, their name is similar. They both have, you know, but take a look at their text boxes. When this comes into play, because that's how you wrote back then, put 4 healing counters on it. So this is no longer a when, this is now a it enters with 4 counters. It's not triggered. This enters with 4 healing counters on. That's the same. 0, remove a healing counter from this to prevent 1 damage to creature Filgia. Enchants. This is an enchant creature. With a bear on it, I might add. The modern wording for it would say remove a healing, because back at this point in time, the assumption was that whatever was before the colon had to be a mana value. If it wasn't mana, it would fall in, it would be listed here. That's the way cards were worded way, way back in the day. Again, compare that to its modern wording, which just simply says remove a healing counter from this aura, remove a healing counter from Ursine Filgia, prevent the next 1 damage to be dealt to this creature this turn. Pay 1 white and 2, put a healing counter on this. 1 white plus 2, put a healing counter on it. This text box literally got, you know, the modernized text box of this literally got copied and pasted on here. They made it into a 5 mana 3/3. They kept the name and put an additional word in its name. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying that's what happened. It's a reference to the original card. Define FYLGJA. A supernatural being or spirit which accompanies a person in connection with their fate or fortune. Go away. They can appear to people in sleep as dream moment or appear them while awake, often in the disembodied spiritual form of an enemy. So apparently it's supposed to be some kind of guardian spirit. um Although it looks like that's more like the one who goes ahead of you, like you're heading it it's a little bit like it looks like it's a bit like a spiritual version of a scout, but without relaying, like, their job isn't to go and find out what's going on. They're just supposed to go ahead of you. But because it's spiritual and not, not physical, they can't be they can't be hurt by things that will hurt the physical. It has to be something that'll affect the spiritual. Anyway, all that is to say, this is a spirit animal. This is a earth sign bear. Okay, so it's a bear spirit that's supposed to accompany on your journey through life or something of that nature. And literally, like I said, the text box literally got copied and pasted from the aura. Alliances gave us pitch cards. Coldsnap gave us pitch cards that went up a notch by saying, hey, by the way, you got to pitch 2 cards instead. And a bunch of other stuff that references cards that were either in Ice Age or Alliances, or would at least somehow fit. They would fit in a way that made sense. So that's how we ended up with Coldsnap. And it was, it was supposedly it was, I'm going to say advertised. As wow, we finally found this long lost third set from Ice Age block. This is what was supposed to be in the design file, yada yada yada. And they end up putting out Homelands instead. We found the actual files. Let's put this out. That was the story that was the story they went with. And we knew it was a story. We knew this wasn't real. Okay. But we went with it as a story. But this felt more like what another set from Ice Age block would feel like. It still didn't quite fit, but it fit a lot better than what Homelands did. And to its credit, like Homelands in the flavor sense did really well. It just didn't fit the other 2 sets. Anyway, let's get into it. Enough rambling. It's been over half an hour, and I still haven't even actually talked about any of the. To be fair, it usually takes a while before I start talking about a specific card. But Keldorn Warcry. We start here. Um, there's a few of these cards in Magic's history that are eh. That, well, let me rephrase that. They're perfectly good and perfectly valid in a normal 60 of 40 format, or sorry, 60 card 4 of format. You know, this could be perfectly playable in something like, modern or standard when it was legal, or, even just your regular kitchen table kind of shenanigans. Because you can play more than one copy. And if one copy ends up getting discarded to hand size, or you discard a copy to turn on, as half the cost of zombie infestation or something, then this is a perfectly viable card. When you hit Commander and its singleton rule, cards like this tend to be a lot less good, and this is part of the reason why I did not bother putting it in my mono white commons deck. It does something I'm looking for. The problem is I can do this exact effect for less cost. Consider this as a singleton format. Then read what the card does, and keep in mind you can only play one copy. So what's going to happen? Creatures you control get +X/+X till end of turn, where X is 1 plus the number of cards named Keldorn Warcry in all graveyards. If somebody else happens to be running this, which in my opinion is probably going to be really low, like incredibly low. If you get one other person, then you might get one in the graveyard before you cast yours. Realistically, I expect there to be no Keldorn Warcry in anybody else's graveyard until yours ends up in. So I expect the number of cards named Keldorn Warcry in all graveyards to be 0. So, where X equal 1 plus 0. So, where X is 1. Ignore this clause now and replace the X here with 1. Creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. Charge. 1 white from Dominaria. Creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. Instant. As far as Commander is concerned, it's the exact same card, but for one less, but it costs 1 mana, not 2. So, if you can manage to convince people to play a deck where Keldorn Warcry might make sense, if you can go and suggest to everybody, like let's say you're doing something along the lines of Commander Clash on MTG Goldfish. Hey, Zero, where you've got a theme week going on. And you decide, hey, for this week's theme, or this month's theme, or whatever, let's do Ice Age. Let's do, Ice Age Alliance's Coldsnap. You might be able to convince people to go into something like that. And if you can pull something like that off, then Keldorn Warcry might make more sense. But realistically, a lot of these cards where they say, the number of cards with the same name as this in all graveyards, a lot of them just don't make sense. Kindle, you could make an argument for being able to play because it's 2 mana for 2 damage, which, while not great, is acceptable. Flame Burst is actually the better version of that because Flame Burst you can play Partic Firecat, and if that's in your graveyard, while it's in your graveyard, it counts as another card named Flame Burst. There's a few cards like this that are actually worth playing, but Keldorn Warcry, unless you're specifically looking for +1/+1 to all your creatures as an instant, just pass on it. Surging Sentinels. Again, runs into the same kind of problems that you do with, cards designed for a 4-of format versus cards versus cards that work well in a singleton format. This is a 3 mana 2/1 with first strike. Okay, and an ability that will never come into play. Well, let me rephrase. Let me back up for a sec. If you have a way of manipulating the top of your deck at all, Ripple is basically like Proto Cascade. If you know what the next couple of cards are going to be, at least, when you cast a spell, you may reveal the top. It says top 4 cards because it's Ripple 4 of your library. You may cast spells with the same name as the spell from among those cards without paying their mana cost. Put the rest on the bottom of your library. Let's say, as much as I generally don't like the card in terms of Commander, there are decks where it can make sense. Let's say you play Brainstorm in response to the cast trigger. You draw 3 cards, you take 2 cards that you don't want and put them on top of your deck. You then know 2 of the top 4 cards of your library. You reveal the 4, you will cast 0 of them, and all 4 will go on to the bottom of your library. If you have a way of actually knowing what the next few cards are going to be. For example, Index. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Put them back in any order. Well, I want this one, but I don't want the rest. You can make use of a card that's got Ripple in that context. It is not easy to get decent library manipulation in white, so this is, in that context, a little bit better than it first appears. But if you're looking for a 2/1 first strike, I mean, you could get that. You should be able to get that for white +1 by now, I think. Definitely by this point, like, you already had White Knight, which was double white, uncommon, for a 2/2 first strike pro black. Unless you really need a 2-power first strike creature, or unless you're desperate for some kind of library manipulation in your deck, just no. Keldorn Outrider. I like this card. I like this card better than I probably like this card better than I probably like this card more than I should. There we go. Words. They exist. I should learn how to use them properly. The thing about Keldorn Outrider is, like, this is basically, if this was a red card, though, this would be flipped around. Actually, this would be probably a 0/1 at this point. Maybe a 0/2. Maybe a 1/1. But this would be +1/+0 to end a turn. There are certain deck types that I keep finding myself saying, you know, if you were to play this kind of deck, you should probably be considering this card. And this is one of those. Again, for your Toughness Matters decks. You know, Doran the Siege Tower. Actually, what does Doran actually say? Each creature assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. So, this will deal combat damage based on being a 2/2 fire breathing that fire breathes in white in a deck like that. If this was going into Doran, if this was green or black, I would probably assume green realistically. This would be like an auto include. The reason I say that is because green and black both have lands, and black has also got an enchantment that turns around and says, hey, by the way, all lands are also relevant basic land type in addition to their other types. Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth, and Yavimaya, Cradle of Growth. White doesn't have anything like that. If white gets a card like that, cards like this go up in value. Because suddenly you can, in a 3-color deck, you can tap any land for white mana. And suddenly this goes from like, it's fine, to like, oh my god. I would not, that being said, I would not behoove anyone for playing a card like this. Like, even in like a typical human deck or a soldier deck or something of that nature, I think this is still a fine card. I think it's still okay. It has the ability to block some pretty big stuff if you've got enough mana to handle it. And you don't need any extra help. That's the thing to keep in mind. Just this ability here means it can it can chump block some really big things and just keep going. So, okay, yeah, I'm again, I'm not completely unhappy with this card. It probably should see a bit more play than it does. The problem with Commander though is there's already so many cards. Oh my god, are there so many cards? How do you pick and choose what to put in? Keodorn Javelineer. 1 white for 1/2. Cumulative upkeep of 1. Tap to deal damage to a creature in combat equal to the number of age counters on. Again, this is since we moved from just remembering how much upkeep I paid last turn and then paying that plus whatever the cumulative upkeep value is. Again, we moved to using age counters. We can manipulate that. And we can reference it. And so now what we're looking at is, Keodor and Javelineer. We can reference the age counters that are used to track cumulative upkeep. And so if this thing has got a cumulative upkeep of, if this thing has got 3 age counters, that means you paid 3 mana to keep it around that turn. Because you put the counter on first, and then you pay the cost. If you don't pay if you choose not to pay the cost, you sack the creature. Still gets the counter first. This deals damage equal to the number of age counters on it to target attacking or blocking creature. So if it got to 3, you can now tap it to deal 3 damage to a creature that's attacking or blocking. Keep in mind, it is considered an attacking or blocking creature until end of combat. That's when everything clears off. But I don't see me keeping that around for very long. Where I would want to be playing something like this. First of all, this is not a creature I keep around for a long amount of time. Because if I've hit paying 3, paying for it on a third turn, I paid 1 to cast it, 1 for its first cumulative upkeep, 2 for its second, and then 3 for its third cumulative upkeep. I have now paid 7 mana for a 1/2 creature that I'm going to tap to deal 3 damage to a creature that's in combat. There's, to be fair, you are looking at a common. But yeah, I don't see it. This is the kind of card where I want to keep it around for a couple of turns, and then it's probably getting sacrificed because I really don't want to pay. I really don't I don't mind shorting myself 1 mana every turn or 2 mana every turn, but shorting myself the next turn 3 mana is kind of a lot, and sometimes shorting yourself 2 is the big ask. And if you never get to the point where this is relevant, just because that's the way the game shapes out, you don't want to be paying this, cumulative upkeep every turn. At what point do you say, okay, that's it, I've had enough? Luminous. 1 white for an instant that prevents all damage that black sources and red sources would deal this turn. This is a great card. If there is somebody, so again, I like to point out that green and black are really, from what I've seen, they're really high up there in terms of like tier for like the colors that people play. They're like up here when it comes to Commander. And I see Luminous prevent all damage that black sources would deal this turn. That doesn't just stop combat damage. It also stops effects like pestilence or any other X spell that any other spell that you can think of that deals damage. Um, Activated abilities. All your drain life variants and your Quumbash witches and your crypt rats and all that jazz. It's going to stop all of it. And then it also does it for red, which I mean that makes sense. White opposes black and red. It's the way the color the way the color pie works. And Luminous says, "Hey, by the way, oh, Star of Extinction? Yeah, it's not going to do anything. What? Let me rephrase that. It'll blow up the land. That's it. Chain reaction? That's nice. It's not going to do anything. Oh, all your dragons that are coming? Okay, fine. I stop all of it. What? You can just shut. It's it's like a super fog, but it's narrower in its application. You're basically what you're doing is you're taking Holy Day and changing the restriction from combat damage to damage that falls into one of two colors. One of which is going to be a color that people are regularly going to play. And red, as much as I may think it's not a good color in general for Commander, um, you know, in terms of like playing the color on its own, in addition to playing it in other decks that contain it. So this is part of the reason why I'm doing this giant list of decks is so I'm not just playing, you know, while you play Simic all the time, while you play Orzhov all the time, while you're in, you're in this all. This forces me to build other decks in other color combinations that I may not even think of. And so, oh yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh's almost done. You are en route. Sorry, momentarily distracted while I just flip through this real quick to see if there's anybody else that's... No. But yeah, this way I don't get caught in the thing of you're playing the same colors all the time. I've got a friend of mine that let me rephrase that. I have a friend who I feel fairly consistently plays green decks. Now, he doesn't play the same kind of deck all the time, but he's consistently playing green decks. And to be fair, green tends to be a pretty big draw for the more casual crowd. I get that. I appreciate that. I understand that. But even though his decks feel sufficiently different from each other, they're all green decks. You know, one of them is, forests matter. So he's got cards like Beacon of Creation, where his job is to get out, in that deck, get out as many force as he can. Have some creature or some spell that cares about how many force he's got in play, and go from that. He's got Chatterfang, which, makes a bunch of squirrels, and then he sacrifices them for fun and profit. He has, what else has he got in there? Oh, yeah. He's got Dosan the Falling Leaf, which is a mono green control deck. All three decks play very, very different from each other, I should say. They're very, very different from each other. But they're all green decks. And so certain things that work well against one, when you're looking at it from the color perspective, also work well against the other two. If I have a blue deck and a green deck and a red deck and a white-black deck, and, then something like Luminous, it'll work against two of my decks, but it won't work against the other ones. If you're constantly building the same color scheme, this is also why I'm building as many different decks as I can, because some of these are more combo oriented, some of these are more control, some of these are Voltron, some of these are ramps, some of these are Reanimator, this, that. I'm trying to cover different strategies. I am not going to try and figure out how to actually build a Storm deck. I got a vague idea how to play them. Don't ask me to try and design one. But I do have stuff like Dragon's Approach on my list. But with all the different deck types and color schemes that I'm doing, effects like this that rely on your opponent playing a certain this is where I'm getting to. Your opponent playing a certain strategy or a certain color scheme isn't going to work, isn't going to work well a lot of the time against me. However, when it does work against me, it works really well. And again, because black is, from what I have seen, so high up there on the list of colors that, because I'm not just looking at what gets played, like, if you think about what colors are really well played as monocolored. Black and green do really well in monocolored. Red, you are largely, not strictly, but largely probably going to be playing a goblin deck of some sort. White and blue, there'll be like the occasional strategy that might get somebody's interest. Um, but there are a lot, if you've got black and green up here and then red and then it's probably white and then blue at the bottom. Then you think about, well, what about two color combinations? And again, black decks and green decks are going to be up near the top. What about three color combinations? Black, green plus X, like Abzan, Sultai is also going to be really popular. Sultai being like self-mill for value, or anything vaguely dredge based. If you're playing three color, you're probably playing Sultai. If you're not playing Sultai, you're probably playing Abzan. And then, I mean, everybody gets in on the action on five color. But black and green, again, are going to be like, up closer to the top end of the color schemes that people are playing. Red and white, I think, are good support colors in general. Blue tends to be red and white have also got some good decks for like mono strategies. Blue tends to be like the one that feels left out. You really have to be into like specific color schemes or very specific deck types, or just do what I do and say, damn the torpedoes, I don't care what anybody else says, this is what I'm going to build, I don't care. And if you're doing that, then my opinion of who plays what color schemes doesn't matter. Hey, Holly. All that being said, if people are using sites like EDHREC to help them guide, what decks to build or whatever, Luminous is going to end up being better because it's going to hit black. And again, red, decent support color. It's going to hit you're probably going to find two decks at any given table that this is going to be useful towards. Swift Maneuver. This is another one of the themes that you saw from originally that came out in Ice Age and Alliances, was what we end up referring to as, well, back in the day we called them cantrips, but the term cantrip has since been co-opted by cards that simply say, do a thing, draw a card at the end. The original concept of a cantrip in terms of Magic the Gathering was a card whose effect was so minor that you had to add draw a card to it to actually make it worth paying any amount of mana for it. So, like, a card that cost 1 mana cast and had a really minor effect, and that said draw a card afterward. Like Peek. 1 blue. Instant. Look at target player's hand. Draw a card. Really minor effect. This sees play because it's a one-man instant that says draw a card. And it does something else. This was the original idea of a cantrip for Magic. Like in the case of Magic the Gathering, was a really minor effect that you had to have draw a card attached to make it worth paying, paying for its effect. The problem was the original cards that had that effect all said draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep, or whatever the then current wording was. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Oh, the wording was identical. Cool. The wording on the actual physical chart, on the actual physical card for that ability has not changed. In fact, the only difference between the printed wording on this card and its Oracle text is there's a paragraph break in between the two instructions. That's it. But the original cards that we call cantrips, were originally the really small minor effects that additionally drew a card. It slowly expanded to cards that were like 3 mana, 4 mana, whatever. But eventually they started printing cards that had you draw the card now instead of during the next player's turn. And those became cantrips, which now means you might be right, Holly. It might have been Tempest when that started. I don't remember. Stun. Yeah. If it wasn't Tempest, Mirage Visions, Weatherlight. Yeah, it only would have been during Mirage Visions or Weatherlight that it would have changed. Otherwise, anyway, because cards that simply said whatever, draw a card, end up stealing the term cantrip, because these made you draw the card on the next turn. That was delayed, so the card draw was slower, so they called these guys slow trips. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting there. So if you ever hear somebody say slow trip, they're referring to stuff that is a cantrip, but the card draw isn't right away. It's during the next player's turn. That being said, I've recently decided that one deck I want to build is I want to take my my mono blue common stack, take me down Cantrip City, and I want to try and port this into white and see what happens. And it's possible I may end up looking at cards like Swift Maneuver to be able to do that, because I'll be looking at as many white cards as I can. In this case, ideally, that are common, that do whatever, and hey, by the way, draw a card. And see where that goes. But, again, you're looking at... I would be playing this because it draws a card. Much less interested in the fact that it prevents damage. That's not useless. I might, that might be a combat trick to keep something. Alright. Holly says that Weatherlight, which was the set before Tempest, was when they started with the actual draw card as opposed to draw card next upkeep. Because she's looking into the different sets and seeing what happened when. She's actually looking into it, and she's not just saying it. Not this time. But yeah, I might be looking at something like Swift Maneuver and keeping it as like a combat trick to keep one of my creatures alive and go, hey, by the way, I'll prevent the 2 damage. And on your turn, I'll draw a card. Wait, what? White Shield Crusader. I mentioned this kind of in passing earlier. This is actually, like, I have no problem with this card whatsoever. You want to throw this into Night Tribal, you want to throw this in a Human Tribal. There's a few different deck ideas I can see this going into. You want to play mono white Devotion. No, it's not the Order of Lightbur. Oh. Protection from black. Nope, it's not, because this game's flying instead. No, that... Well, fui to you too-y. So there. Yeah. But yeah, I can see this going into like a few different styles of decks. It is a human, it is a knight, both are, strongly supported creature types. I can see it going into like a mono white devotion deck. The fact that this gets, I mean, it's twice the cost, but this does get it does get fire breathing of sorts in white. So that's, that's a thing that you can do. And then in a pinch, you can always have it jump up in the air and go, hey, by the way. Oh, you're attacking with what? Okay, I'll pay an extra mana. And block. Historically, cards like this always got referred to as pump knights because, well, they're knights that have the ability to pump their power. And you usually always saw them in white and black. So, any card where you can turn around and pay mana to go, hey, by the way, I'm bigger to land a turn. People are always going to find a use for it. Like, especially if you're playing mono white, being able to just have a use for that excess mana that you're not going to be using otherwise is always nice. Now, generally, you'd ideally want it to be in cards like Mobilization, for example, where, you know, you pay mana and make a token instead. But sometimes you don't need the extra bodies. Sometimes you just need the extra damage. These are fine. Sun's Bounty. Going back to the discussion that we have regularly about when you have to gain life. Gaining life, again, there's two big categories of gaining life. You know, if I'm to gain 10 life at a time, does my deck want me to gain 1 life 10 times or gain 10 life in one shot? And which way you're building it, that's going to dictate what kind of cards you're putting in. I feel like 4 life, like I don't want to pay 2 mana to gain 4 life. But what I do get out of a card like Sun's Bounty is the ability to completely well, no. The thing is, it's whenever a creature is put into your graveyard from the battlefield. If you gain control of my creature and it dies, it's going to go into my graveyard. Yeah, you see what happens there now. So it's not just if it's one of my creatures and it dies. It's also if it's one of my creatures and you gain control of it and it dies, it would try to go to your graveyard, but because it's my creature, you know, because it started off in my deck, it's going to go to my graveyard. Anyway, the thing about Sun's Bounty is it's not an instant or sorcery, as a general rule, doesn't just cost the mana. It also costs the card. This is also part of why, if you go back to what we were saying, you know, earlier on in tonight's episode, the problem with creatures that have auras on them is you're spending the card, you know, you're spending the card to create the creature. You're then spending the cards to put the auras on. And so if you've got one creature with 3 auras on it, and somebody blows up your creature, you've lost 4 cards worth of whatever. And so a card that says, hey, you know, like Wrath of God, really strong card. It's 4 mana plus a card, blows up all creatures. But you're getting more than one card's value by spending that 4 mana and that one card. You're generally blowing up a dozen creatures or what have you. Sun's Bounty costs you 2 mana and a card to gain 4 life. However, when a creature is put into your graveyard from the battlefield, you can pay 2 mana to get that card back. So it kind of costs you a card, and it kind of doesn't. It only legitimately costs you the card if you don't pay that extra, if you don't pay the recover cost, at which point you exile Sun's Bounty. But as long as you're able to keep that 2 mana up and recover it, you can pay 2 mana on a regular basis to gain 4 life. Which makes this better than it first appears. Now, I'm not going to say I think it's a good card, but it is one of the better cards of this kind of nature. Because you can keep getting it back, you can keep reusing it. And 4 life is probably, if I'm on the side of I want to gain a bunch of life at once, I'm probably looking at Sun's Bounty's 4 life clause at like the lower, as like being like the lower end of how much life I want to gain per instance. 3 might be pushing it. 1 and 2, no. That's for the ones that want like a Johnny's Pride Mate and stuff like that. Cards like Sun's Bounty, I want to be gaining like chunks of life. 4 is okay, but again, I can keep re-triggering this. So, in a deck like that, I can see it. Kildoran Gargoyle, 6 mana for a 3/3 flying first strike with triggered lifelink. That is a lot of card, which I mean you have to keep in mind like 6. If you look at, let's say, 1 white plus 3, which even back then is being generous, but 1 white plus 3 for a 3/3 flyer. You're paying 2 more mana. And realistically, you're paying 2 more mana at that point to give it flying and triggered lifelink. Or not flying, first strike and triggered lifelink, which is quite a bit. Because first strike on a creature does a lot because it can kill things before the creature it's up against has a chance to do something back to it. This, for the longest time, I thought a card like this was overcosted. I think, looking at it now, I think it's probably maybe even slightly undercosted. The problem is it's 6 mana for a 3/3 creature. It's just 6 mana for a 3/3 creature with a lot of text on it. And the thing is, like, all this text is stuff that can work all together in combat. Outside of combat, maybe this. Maybe the triggered lifelink. But during combat, this thing's going to be a house. Well, might be perched on your house. It is a gargoyle after all. That being said, like Gargoyle Tribal, I could see it. Even if you're just doing like a cheap budget deck, you can pick this up for 4 cents. You know, this I think if this was to be redone now, this would probably just say lifelink instead. And this might be a 4/4, and I would be immensely happier if it was a 4/4. But, like, I could see this being actually playable in, like, Cube. But I feel like this is more a narrow. This is a more narrow card than like White Shield Crusader. I think is a much more playable card. Keldorn Outrider I think is more playable. Sun's Bounty I can see an argument for. I think Keldorn Gargoyle. You're looking at one of two things. You're either looking at Gargoyle Tribal, and I don't know how buildable that is. It could be a thing. I could actually see it being a thing. Or you're looking at that 6 mana and the fact that it only requires a single white pip. And you're playing with a bunch of cost reducers. Like, Stormscape Familiar. That says, hey, my white spells cost less to cast. Or Pearl Medallion. My white spells cost less to cast. And you play enough stuff like that. And something that costs, white plus 5 could easily get down to. And especially the Stormscape Familiar is also a 1/1 flyer on top of all that. So for 2 mana, being a 1/1 flyer, that reduces the cost of a bunch of your spells on top. It's pretty good. You have, say, 2 of those effects in play. This is, instead of a 6-drop, it's now a 4-drop. And now you're looking at a 4 mana flying first strike, triggered lifelink, 3/3. And you're going, hee. So I could see that as well being a thing. Boreal Griffin. This feels like this was being played in Griffin Travel decks. Like this being higher up the chain than Keldon Gargoyle and White Shield Crusader and a few other decently playables. This feels like this is primarily because of Griffin Travel. However, take a look at its card types. Snow Creature Griffin. We haven't had a lot of snow creatures. In fact, this is the first creature with the snow type that we've had so far tonight. So it's a 3/2 flyer for 5 mana, which is eh. But if you pay 1 snow mana, Boreal Griffin gains first strike till end of turn. So it's trying to be some form of Keldorn Gargoyle. The Gargoyle costs one more mana, but only requires a single white. So they work out about even. I get a 3/3 flying first strike with triggered lifelink versus a 3/2 flying that I have to pay mana from a snow source, like from a source that has the snow type. to give the Griffin first strike till end of turn. I feel like the Griffin is mostly there because people are playing Griffin Tribal. I would rather have the gargoyle. You know. Yeah. Now, and feel free to sound off in the comments or in the chats or whatever if you think I'm wrong. But that's how I feel about the two cards. And then the next card is Jotun Grunt. Jotun Grunt actually saw some play in, even saw playing Vintage back in the day in like uh the mid 2000, the mid aughts, in the early 2010s, I think maybe. Um, First of all, it was a big cheap creature. 2 mana for a 4/4 creature in white was kind of a big deal. Kind of made people go, "Wait, what?" Number 2, cumulative upkeep. Put 2 cards from a single graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. You never plan on keeping this around for long, but it did slow down, if not stop, certain decks. It's a good thing to play after a board wipe and or Armageddon. You know where else it was really good? Decks along the lines of Dredge. No, not this time. No, it was really good against graveyard strategies. Yeah, anything that cares about the graveyard. Yeah, this thing absolutely. It's also if somebody's playing like some kind of mill strategy, you can just turn around, put the have this come out, and use this as keep this around for like 4 or 5 turns. You know, okay, maybe only 4 turns, but that's still um 20 cards going back into your deck from your graveyard at that point. Hmm. Cumulative upkeep. Put 2 cards from a single graveyard on the bottom of their owner's library. No, thank you. Hey, Super R. No, it's not that. I'm not talking about milling in white. I'm talking about protection from mill. Like if somebody is trying to mill you. For example, one of the many decks that I've got that I have built is blue white advisor mill with like 24 copies of persistent petitioners because I found I don't need more than 24-ish. That feels like a good number, a good balance between I want as many as I can get, but I want to be able to play other stuff as well. And about a quarter of the deck is a good mix, I find. And so if somebody's playing that, if I'm playing that deck, and then somebody turns around and drops Jotun Grunt, I'm taking a look and going, well, that's going to make my life that much harder. Because the cards that I keep milling into their graveyard, they're going to keep putting back in their library. I'm like, ugh. And I do have this in one of my lists. I have this in Boros. Where is it? Boros Aggro. The idea of Boros Aggro, I'm not going to be doing Mardu with was it Edgar Markov I'm thinking of? That basically turns around and says every time you drop a vampire, hey, by the way, here's a 1/1 token. I'm playing a Boros aggro deck based on how aggro decks are generally assumed to be. Here's my primary 3-drop. I want creatures that have that ideally have power and toughness at least equal to their mana value. At least one of them being more. So in other words, if I've got a 2-mana creature, its power and its toughness both have to be at least 2. But either its power or its toughness have to be at least 3. So a 2/3 works or a 3/2 works. If it's bigger than that, great. There were some points where I had to turn around and go, okay, fine. Maybe at this point I'll say, okay, I'll be willing to go something a little like Cathar Commando. I needed some kind of disenchant style effect in my deck, etc., etc. So it's only a 3/1, but I think it might only be the 2 drops where I broke that rule, because I think after that I was good. And here's Jotun Grunt, because he's a 2-mana 4/4. Sure, he's got an upkeep cost. That's fine. He'll keep him around for like 2 or 3 turns, and then he dies, and then maybe he gets shuffled back in through something else. This only looks like a 1/1, but when you transform it, well, she becomes a 3/3. What was it? 3/3 with lifelink. But yeah, this is how I decided to go aggro. And there's probably better ways to do it, but this is the route I took. And if you need it, there's that tiny URL will get you to this page, and you can look over my lists and then kidnap ideas if you want. Don't care. They're there for the taking. But yeah, Jotun Grunt, really good card. I think it's underrated as far as Commander is concerned. Especially if white is lower on your list of like the colors that are in it. So if you're playing, let's say, Jeskai, but you're heavier on the blue than you are on the red and white. Especially if you're more of a Spellslinger deck, then you're going to end up with a lot of cards in your graveyard. You're going to be able to keep Jotun Grunt fed for quite a while. Ursine Philgia, as I mentioned earlier, this entire text box got taken from the Oracle text of Philgia and just copy pasted directly onto a 5-mana 3/3, and I think this is quite a quite a reasonable card. I would probably play it in Spirit. Actually, would I need to play it in Spirit Tribal? I might need to play it in Spirit Tribal. If I'm playing Bear Tribal, but I'm not playing Grizzly Bear Tribal, and I'll explain what I mean in a moment, I think I'd probably do that too. Well, there's that. There's also Holly. If you pull up that link that I just posted, and go to my mono white list, there are two cards that are in that list specifically to convert mana into white mana. One is, I cannot remember what you're called. You're from Fallen Empires, though. I can see it, just can't remember what it's called. And the other one is Gemstone Array. Because I know that deck has got the ability to generate a lot of colorless mana. But it's a mono white deck, and I need to be able to produce white mana. I cannot remember what you're called now. Multi-balls, where are you? Fairlight Priest. That thing. You get to use it 3 times in a single turn safely. Anything more than that, you have to sacrifice at the end of turn. So there are ways to make it work. I went with those two because those are what I just cared about converting mana into white. There are going to be other options as well. I'm going to hate myself for this. No, if you want a minor effect, you want to play that. But yeah, I was actually considering throwing the original Philgia into a deck, especially one that can. You're welcome. Especially one that can generate infinite mana, or at least lots of mana. Again, it's the exact same text. It's just a creature enchantment for a single white mana instead of a 5 mana 3/3. It is literally the exact same text. That's what I said. They just copy and pasted it directly onto a 5 mana 3/3. Also beat nuts. So yeah, they I if you're looking for mana sync, you have this option. I think I would be more interested in the aura, though. I think I would be more interested in the aura rather than the creature. Because I can throw the aura onto all sorts of things instead. I could throw it onto a rabid wombat. Anyway, that being said, again, I think it's still an okay card. Oh yeah, I think I would play it in Bear Tribal, but not Grizzly Bear Tribal. And the difference here is, let's see. The difference is when you start looking at things like this. Um, 11 cards where the cards are 2/2/2 bears. And you're sitting there going, wait, what? What does that mean? What that means is that it is a uh let's grab grizzly bears. And because this is where the name came from. Grizzly bears was always a 2-mana 2/2. In this case, no abilities. That part has become less relevant over the years. It's a 2-mana 2/2. That is what this refers to. Is a 2/2, like it has 2 power and 2 toughness, and it has a mana value of 2. That's what people refer to generically when they're not talking about the creature type. If they're referring to bear or grizzly bear, that's what they're referring to. And so there's 11 cards. So you've got Ashcoat Bear, which is the same thing. Like Balduvian Bears, Bear Cub, Forest Bear, Grizzly Bear, Runeclaw Bear. They're all the same. Like all 5 of those cards are the exact same with different names. I did go for one step further and said, hey, by the way, it has to have the bear type as well. Because if I didn't do that, there's 950 of them. And yes, some of them are from Arena. Let's just simplify things. So, Ashcoat Bear, it's a bear with flash. Friendly Teddy is a bear that when it dies, each player draws a card. Kudo makes all other creatures into 2/2 bears. Ayula, whenever another bear enters, you can either put 2/1 counters on target bear, or target bear you control fights target creature you don't control. Mother Bear, it's just a grizzly bear, but if she's in your graveyard, you can exile her to make 2/2 bears. And then Wilson Refined Grizzly is just it's just a 2/2 bear for 2 mana that has a lot of abilities that to me suggest like they're all like sneaky and powerful, but they don't involve him being trained. In terms of like when I say trained, think like uh-huh. What about Edward Bear? Lol. When I say trained, we're talking about a person going to a wizard school or going to, or taking lessons in kung fu or taking. Yeah, kind of. But this is more just like an animal who has basically learn things from being in the forest, as opposed to learning things like how to make a bow and arrow type of idea. Like I have a deck that's based around creatures with animal types, and the only thing that stops me from being able to play Wilson is the fact that it has the warrior type as well. And to me, that signifies somebody who's actually undergone some kind of combat based, actual legitimate training. You know, how to swing a sword, etc., etc. Um, now, is a grizzly bear going to wield one? No, but learning combat and tactics in his case, and it's like that doesn't work for me. Um, but if I'm ignoring the grizzly bear aspect and I'm just going for bear tribal, yeah, Ursine Filch, yeah, I could see myself playing that. Um, and then some of these other things like Woolly Razorback, I take a look at this. The first thing I want to combine this with is Solemnity. Counters can't be put on artifacts, creatures, enchantments, or lands, which means this cannot. This tries to enter with ice counters, fails, and you get a 4 mana 7/7. No big deal. Also, a way to keep Jotun Grunt around is to stop it from getting counters at the beginning of your upkeep. Put an age counter on this permanent, then sack unless you pay its upkeep cost for each age counter on it. Guess what? If it's not getting any age counters, you're not increasing the cumulative upkeep cost. Cover of Winter being one of the rare cards that actually gives you the ability to put an age counter on it otherwise, because it has an effect where you might want to do that. Sunscour. It's a Day of Judgment with an alternate cost. A lot of these other cards you're going to take a look at. It's like, oh yeah, I have a use for that. Oh yeah, I have a use for that. Oh yeah, I have a use for that. But we're not here to talk about the stuff that everyone can use. We're talking about the interesting things. Surging Ether. I just may be willing to forego the ripple, I may be willing to play this card regardless. What? Read this last sentence. Return target permanent to its owner's hand. No restriction on what kind of permanent, which means it can even be a land. There's a few cards that have that ability. The older cards usually have that kind of ability. Newer ones tend to say newer ones tend to have some kind of restriction to it. Usually it's return target non-land permanent, return target. Maybe you're lucky it's non-creature. But Boomerang, Capsize, Consign a Dream, Cryptic Command, Dematerialize. Dematerialize, I think, is probably overcosted for it. Dispersing Orb. If you're playing some kind of weird thing going on where it's like whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell or something of that nature, let's say you make a token, You know, whether it's a 1/1 token or a clue token or what have you. This dispersing orb can start getting fun. Eye of Nowhere is literally boomerang, except as an arcane sorcery. Haidar, Rhymewind Master. If you're doing this sort of thing, you might want him as your general and just play with like snow basics. Uh, Keeper of the Nine Gales. If you got enough birds in your deck, somehow, I don't know, combine this with Murmuring Mystic and make a bunch of bird tokens when you cast instants and sorceries, and now you can tap them to start bouncing stuff. Whenever you cast a spell, yes. Um, mm. Oh, you saw vintage play. Tidespout Tyrant, I think it is, and a couple other cards like that. Lost in the Mist is kind of silly. Lost in the Mist is like a trimmed down cryptic command that only gives you the first two modes. But I mean, those are the two modes that people are going to be. It's either going to be counter target spell and bounce a thing, or counter target spell draw a card. Is probably 90% of how people are going to cast it. Number counter don't count. Reality Strobe. You're paying 6 mana for Reality Strobe because you're going to be getting this going on every 3 turns, and you're going to be casting it natively once, and then every 3 turns getting it for free again. Regress, Rescind. This only works if you are playing not Azorius. Esper. Riftwing Cloudskate. Hey, look, there's Search Spanner. Hey, look, there's the Tidespout Tyrant I was talking about. Searching Ether, Temporal Adept, Temporal Fisher. This is, I think this might have been the first Storm card that got banned in Pauper. You get, you know, you get a storm of like 4, and you bounce 4 permanents back to owners. 4 of your opponent's permanents back to hand. Tradewind Rider might have been. Tradewind Rider might have been what Holly was thinking of as well. Tap 2 creatures you control. Tap 2 and tap birds you control. 3 mana for a 1/2 flyer. 4 mana for a 1/4 flyer. Okay. Wipe Away actually sees a fair amount of play because it's got split second. Yeah, so 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 22 cards that all have the ability to say, return target permanent to its owner's hand. Just in mono blue without having to go to a second color. If you're building around shenanigans like that, I would probably play Surging Ether regardless of the ripple effect. And again, ripple, because of ripple, if you're playing blue, you've got more ability to manipulate the top of your deck. So you can actually use the ripple along the lines of what I suggested earlier about the brainstorm bit. Oh, I know I'm not going to like my next 3 cards, so I'll cast this is as good a time as any to cast Surging Ether. Take the top 4. Oh, well, I could have used that 4th one. Oh, well. Send them all at the bottom. And then hopefully draw into something good. I'm perfectly fine with that. um, Rune Snag. This is basically Quench, except Quench has been kicked to the curb already by, you know, at least it'll quench ya. Drink cactus juice. Nothing's quenchier. It's the quenchiest. This is better than Quench itself. Exact same cost, exact same text, exact same card type, except this is also a lesson, which means it interacts with stuff that cares about lessons. But you would rather play Rune Snag over Quench, and more than likely over it'll quench you and other effects that do the same thing at the same cost or more. Because there's a possibility somebody else might be running this. If somebody else runs this, the first, one person's going to get countered unless you pay 2. The other person's going to be countered unless you pay 4. And this is a card that if you're looking at countering stuff, unless they pay extra, this is a card I can get behind. I would generally rather have Mana Leak, but Rune Snag, like in a 4-copy format, Rune Snag I think is probably better than Mana Leak most of the time. Unless you have to worry about graveyard removal. If you don't have to worry about graveyards, Rune Snag is probably the better card. It'll be almost as good as Mana Leak at the start, and then after that, it just. But in Commander, the problem with Rune Snag is the same problem any other 2-mana counterspell has to contend with. It has to go up against Counterspell and Mana Drain and other variants thereof, or cards like Arcane Denial. Anything that simply says counter target spell. And the thing is, like a lot of the cards that people who play to counter a spell, you don't need to run a lot of counter spells to actually stop them. That's one thing I learned playing Vintage. I had a Oath of Druids deck, and I think I started off with like 10 or 12 counter spells in there. I had like 4 Force of Will. I think it was like 4 Counterspell and like 2 Mana Drain or something like that. And I started cutting them back, and I started cutting them back, and I started cutting them back. And I think I up down to like 5 Counterspells or something like that, because I realized I was too ready to jump on a counterspell, even on stuff that I didn't really need to stop. If I'm playing against a Storm combo deck, do I try and counter as much as I can? Or do I pay attention to what they're doing and go, oh, you're about to get stuck on cards in hand, or you're about to get pinched on mana, or you're about to find whatever they're going to be getting pinched on and stop the card that lets them keep from going ahead further. You stop that, you've probably stopped the deck. That's kind of a big deal. And I learned that by playing a very suboptimal deck years ago. I was playing a deck that was, I had borrowed a friend's black-red land destruction deck that had Lotus, a couple of Moxen, and some other big powerful stuff. And my standard Psychotog deck with some extra cards added onto it. And I was playing in a vintage tournament. I basically took the two decks, took whatever I could that made sense to put together, merged it. It was an abomination. But playing the event, I'm watching a guy playing Storm combo, and I'm like, he's trying to combo off right now. And I watched him, and I watched him, and I watched him. And I'm like, you're running out of cards in hand. This is going to draw you extra cards. You need this to resolve. I'm going to counter that now. He'd cast like 5 or 6 spells already. That stopped him. And he wasn't going to be able to win that turn. And it was going to take him effort to build up to the point where he could do it again. Because that's the big thing about Storm combo. You can get yourself, like, if you're storming off, you're spending a lot of cards, a lot of resources, a lot of this, that, whatever, into doing this one big thing, into doing this one big turn. If you get stopped, your turn is over. You have to start from scratch with less resources than what you had before. All that being a long-winded way of saying, Rune Snag, it's an okay counter spell. It's better than a lot of the other counter spells that have a similar effect. But it fights for places with a lot of 2-mana counters, a lot of 2 to stop the spell, and you don't need to run as many counter spells as you think you need. Because you don't need to stop every threat that comes out. You need to make sure that when a thing happens, you have an answer to it. But can you manage to let what they're trying to do resolve? Is that a thing that you can wait? When a thing happens, you do stuff to the thing. Yes, Holly, very much so. But more so, can you allow the thing to happen and you can deal with it later? For example, if they have 6 creatures in play, does it really make a difference if they play a 2/2 creature? Is it really going to make a difference? Even if it's like a 2/2 first strike, or maybe even a 2/2 flyer or whatever, is it going to make a difference? Probably not. You know, is it going to make a difference if they drop a Soul Ring on turn 5? Probably not. You know, there's a lot of stuff that you can just let happen, and it doesn't really make much difference. So this is less a thing about Rune Snag itself and more a thing about counterspells in general. Ronom Serpent. 6 mana for 5/6. Can't attack unless defender has a snowland. When you control no snowland, sack this creature. This is going to attack less often than similar creatures in the past, i.e., with respect to when this card was created. Funnily enough, I think the lower your table's general budget, I think the more likely you're going to find people playing Snowlands. What? Why would they be more likely to play Snowlands? Because what the heck is the name? R-I-M-E. That works. Because the card's like this, if you were playing Simic and you need dual lands, chances are your dual lands, if you're playing on a budget, are going to enter tapped. That's kind of unavoidable. There's a handful that you can get away with. Like Abandoned Campground will occasionally enter untapped, but MH3 went really off the deep end with Snowlands and colorless mana, and don't get me started on Eldrazi. Hey, I'm not gonna get you started on, and I ain't gonna. Wait until we get to Rise of the Eldrazi, then we'll talk about Eldrazi. Until then, we're not gonna worry about it too much. Dual lands in general, when you're looking at really cheap budget options, are generally going to enter tapped, especially if you're playing at like lower rarity stuff, because Abandoned Campground, it's 8 cents, which means even at your LGS, you're probably only paying a quarter for it. Because most LGSs that I've seen, it's like a quarter is your minimum price for a common, maybe 50 cents for an uncommon, and like rares and mythics are like $1. Because they have to make cracking packs worth actually cracking. They have to, because it's not just the value of the pack. Let's say you get a booster box. You have to crack the packs in that box. Then you have to sort them and organize them and put them away appropriately into the proper binder and everything else. That is not a quick 5-minute job. Holly. Cracking packs of cardboard crack. Yeah, that's about right. But yeah, so if you're looking at low rarity cards because you're playing on a budget, it is more likely, especially if you start looking at 3 colors, which is probably the highest I would generally go when you're looking at like how many colors can I get away with playing on a budget. I would probably stop off at 3 because anything more than that is going to start getting like your mana base is going to get, like, if you try going further than that, your mana base is pretty much all going to enter tapped. Which, I'm one of these people that believes that I would rather have the land enter tapped, but tap for either color, rather than have it enter untapped, but only get one. This is part of the reason why, like, Rimewood Falls, I really like, but, like, the pathways, for example, I don't like. because the pathways, I was never a big fan of. I think my biggest problem with pathways is their rares. And rare duels, like rare lands to me, if you're going to try and quote unquote advertise these as dual lands, they should tap for either color. Not be come into play and you choose a color and they only tap for that. I never liked the pathways because of that. I think if this was uncommon, I would be much less upset with them. I do not like them. Whereas Rimewood Falls and the rest of the snow basics, or the rest of the snow duels, I would much rather play these 99 times out of 100. Even in aggro decks. I'd have to be a little more judicious with what ones I was playing, but I'd rather play this because I know if I need it for green one turn and I need it for blue the next, or vice versa, I can do it. But these are also cheap dual lands that I have a land that creates me a token creature. Anything less than that for a rare land doesn't seem right. Rare lands, lands in general will fall into one of two categories, especially at rare. They will generally tap for one of, like, if it's a dual land, and I'll pull up Sacred Foundry as a simple example. If they're a dual land like this, they give you the ability somehow to have them enter untapped. Sacred Foundry says if you don't pay the 2 life when they enter, it enters tapped, which usually shortcuts mentally most of the time to if you do pay the 2 life, you can have it enter untapped. Then you've got cards like Mana Confluence that will, you pay, you tap it and pay life to produce mana of any color, but it enters untapped. As a general rule of thumb, dual lands at rare have the ability to enter untap. The Verges. What's that cycle that Seth hates? Oh yeah. The Snarls. Can't remember the proper name. These guys. Which, personally, I love these. He can't stand them because he doesn't. Part of the reason he doesn't like them is because he also doesn't tend to run very many basics. Even if I'm not running a lot of basics, which I usually am, I'm also usually running enough lands that have the relevant basic land types, which is where Rimewood Falls comes in. It has the relevant basic land type. But yeah, so it'll a rare land will either be a dual land that has the ability to enter untapped, or it's often a land that taps for mana and then has some other capability added on to it. Um, and when you got to Kaldheim, for example, uh, you know, you got things like Tyrite Sanctum, which can put, basically 2 tap, put a +1 counter on a legendary creature. By the way, you're also a god now. Then you can sack it to make the god indestructible until the indestructible counter leaves. You've got lands that can turn into creatures. This is not an ability that you see at common. I think you can get it at uncommon, but the ability of a land to become to animate into a creature is usually on rares, even if it's only to end a turn. So you're commonly looking at lands that have got some kind of additional utility to it, or is there lands that can enter untapped and tap for any of the relevant colors. So your shock lands are going to tap for one of 2 colors, or you've got Mana Confluence and its variants that, and that you can, if you're willing, you can take a little bit of damage, but they'll tap for any color. Starting Town is actually a similar idea now. In fact, it's got the exact same ability that Mana Confluence does. Plus, it additionally enters. Plus, it additionally taps for colorless. And if it's an early land drop, in the start of the game, you can have it enter untapped. So your lands generally fall into those 2 categories when it comes to the high rarity ones. Occasionally there's also other options as well, but usually those. When you start going to uncommon, like by the time you go down to uncommon, your lands are, your duels are pretty much always going to enter tapped. And at common, it is I think Duskmourn was the first time they printed dual lands at common that have the capability of entering untapped. And that's that entire common cycle with like abandoned. What was it? Yeah, abandoned camp. Meow? That was weird. Abandoned campground in that entire cycle. um, But these are like the ones that enter tapped at common. They've got away from lands that just I tap for one of two colors, but I enter tapped. There's always something else added on to it. And that's been true for a very long time now, at least since Konzatark here. Because you had Jungle Hollow et al., which when they entered, you gained a life. These, even though it doesn't look like much, they have the snow type, which is occasionally relevant, and they have the relevant basic land types, which means you can fetch this with, let's say, Farseek as your island and still get green mana out of it. So anything that cares about your lands having a given basic land type, Rimewood Falls et al. Will care. You've got the crime lands from Thunder Junction. They come into play, they ping a player. There's always something more than just I come into play tapped. What was that one that oh yeah. Whoops. This is the last time, this is the kind of effect that I'm talking about that used to actually be a thing. It was a common. What was the first? Was it Shadows over Innistrad? Was the yeah, Shadows was the first print. And this was originally uncommon. It was land, it enter-tapped, it tapped for one of two colors. Kaladesh bumped it down to common. Amonkhet made it common. Ixalan made it common. Core 19 made it common. But realistically, even by the time it got printed in Kaladesh, there was already better than this that had already been printed previously. That people would rather play in Commander. And then we got lands with basic. We got dual lands with basic land types. We got dual lands that could eventually be win conditions. You get the crime lands. You combine that with cards like Doppelgang. You can actually win. You can actually kill your opponents that way. All that being said, all that being a really, really long-winded explanation for the lower your budget is, I think the more likely you are to play cards like Rimewood Falls in your mana base, which relevantly has got the snow type. And therefore will allow people to attack with Ronom Serpent. If you are playing higher rarity, if you have got a higher budget going on, if you've got an unlimited budget and you can build whatever the heck you feel like in it, whatever, don't care. You're not going to play Rimewood Falls. Why would you play with lands that enter tapped when you could play, Tropical Island? And sure, it's a couple grand or whatever. A few $100, whatever it is. Oh, okay. It's only Alright, so the revised version is only 525. Sorry, I'm exaggerating a bit. Only 500 USD. No big deal. You play that instead, and it's like, yeah, whatever. You'd only be playing Rimewood Falls if you're... Alright, well, I've got all my good dual lands down, and I've got all the shock... Not all the shocks. All the fetches I can conceivably run that are any good. If you're playing Simic, okay, I'm running... What, there's... one... There's two that you can't run, I think. What would it be? White, white, black, and white, red. And blue, black. Or not blue, black, black, red. There's three that you can't run. So you got 7 fetches. Plus all the dual lands that you can, plus all the dual lands that you want. You run Rimewood Falls if you really want more fetchable dual lands. But then you're also playing Simic, and why would you care that much? You've got all the ways to fetch land out of your deck that you want, so meh. Anywho, building cheap. Rimewood Falls et al. Are going to be really good. Run Serpent is going to be more playable. Building with a higher mana base, with more money available, people are going to be less likely to want/need to run them, and therefore this is less playable. Way too long-winded explanation for that. Dronok. Dronok I always thought was kind of weird. 5 mana for 3/3. Yeti Mutant. I wonder how many Yeti there are. $16. I think you really want to be playing... Yeah, I think you really want to be playing, whatchamacallit, Teamer. Yeah, whenever it becomes blocked, you may draw 2 cards. Sapper's in error. Wasn't that just a 1/1? Yeah, 2 mana 1/1. Whenever it becomes blocked, you may draw 3 cards. But, yeah, thing is, like, this is a 5 mana 3/3, which is, like, fine. But if you can convince people to block it, you don't even have to trade. If your opponent's, like, the ideal situation is you attack with a 3/3, they block with a 2/4, they both bounce, you draw 2 cards, everyone goes home happy. But I mean, I see this as a win regardless of what happens. Option A, your opponent doesn't block. You get 3/3 damage. Cool. They have to die eventually. Option 2, they block with something that... Yes. The ability will... Holly's asking, what happens if the Yeti is blocked, but then you use Maze of Ith to remove it from combat? Do you still draw the cards? Yes, it triggers on the creature being blocked, not on combat damage being dealt or anything else. It triggers on it being blocked. Option 2, your opponent blocks with it and doesn't kill the draw knock. So Chump blocks it with a 2-4 or 0-30 or whatever. You draw 2 cards, everyone goes home happy. Option number 3, they block it with, say, a 4-4 or some other creature that kills it. Well, you draw 2 cards to replace it. If they blocked with something that's 3 toughness or lower, they trade. So you've killed their card and drawn 2 more. Regardless, you've drawn 2 cards. You're probably still kind of happy. Especially if one of the cards that you drew into was, I don't know, like Ovenize or, is it Ovenize I'm thinking of? Yeah, because the creature only changes form. It doesn't leave the battlefield. It's not, getting exiled and replaced with something else. It's only changing form. It's still the same creature. Well, you've now done 3 damage to a 0-1, so you kill the creature. Womp womp. Yeah, it's fine. Again, I think this is a card if you are playing it, you're probably fairly happy regardless of how you do it. Okay. Good night, Holly. Controvert, I think I may have wanted to put this into what deck are you? Tulane. I may have wanted to throw this in a Tulane. The thing about Tulane is that deck wants to counter, like, everything. My Tulane deck is basically counterspell deck. It's like 50 counterspells of various sorts, a handful of other ways to make that work better, and mana. And that's it. And when I say 50 counterspells, I include cards like Frilled Mystic and what have you that come into play or have an activated ability or whatever that counterspells. And that's also my primary win condition, is all these counterspells on bodies, because some of them, for example, Draining Welk is basically mana drain on a 1/1 flyer, but instead of me getting a bunch of mana, I get that many +1 counters on this creature. So if I counter Wrath of God with this, I'm going to have a 6 mana 5/5 flash flyer. That's how I plan on winning. Controvert could be a card that I put in that deck, because every time, basically when I counter spells, if one of my creatures, if a creature hits my graveyard, I can pay 4 mana, return this back to my hand, and still have more counter spells up. Um, I think it's rare that you're going to want counter spells. Like I think you would generally be better off with. I think you would generally be better off with counter spells like counterspell itself, mana drain, what have you. The problem with controvert is that it's 4 to cast and 4 to recover it. I will point out with recover though, it could end up in your graveyard first by means other than casting it. And then you can pay the recover cost to bring it back to your hand and then start using it. If you don't recover it, it's gone forever. But yeah, if you're looking for a counterspell that you can continuously reuse, there's controvert and there's forbid. Controvert needs you to hold up mana more often. Forbid needs you to draw extra cards. Now that being said, you are in blue. Drawing extra cards is kind of what you do. You know, heaven forbid, no pun intended, you're playing cards like Rhystic Study and whatnot, and so drawing extra cards is like, you know, you wake up from a power nap and you've just drawn like 6 extra cards. That's probably easier to work with. But if it's late enough in the game and you just want to be able to keep a regular counterspell up, yeah, you can make it work. Balduvian Frostwalker. This is cute. This is a sort of card where if you're looking to do something that blue was not normally known for, which is having, being able to produce an army out of nothing. Look at the text on this. Target snowland becomes a 2/2 blue elemental creature with flying. It's still a land. It does not say till end of turn. If your mana base is got a lot of, say, snow-covered islands. Okay, cool. Turn this one into a 2/2 flyer. Next turn, I'll turn this one into a 2/2 flyer. Next turn, turn this one into a 2/2 flyer. And start creating an army out of your lands. P.S. Avatar's also got the airbender mechanic. By the way, yeah, none of this only lasts until end of turn. None of this says anything about it only lasting till end of turn. Oh yeah, if you earthbend a land that you've animated with a Frostwalker, cool. It's now gonna have, if you earthbend 2, okay, now it's a 4/4. That if it dies is gonna come back into play, and you can reanimate it again. Yeah. Blue is not known for making an army out of random bits and bobs that it's got floating around. Balduvian Frostwalker, you can do that. Survivor of the Unseen. Oh, this is... Oh, what were you called? Is that Conchorn I'm thinking of? Yeah. Draw 2 cards, put a card back on top. Draw 2 cards, put a card... Yeah. So 1 blue, 2 other with a cumulative upkeep of 2 for 2/1. Conchorn. It's 2 to cast, 1 tap and sack. Draw 2, put a card from your hand back on top of your library. This is just tap for the ability. This is trying to be a consistent... Well, I don't know if... This is trying to be a regular brainstorm effect. It's 1 card less drawn, but 1 less card put back. But that just the ability to keep cycling through your, the top of your deck and keep digging down deep. This is just really convenient. If you can find a way to eat those counters, and there's at least... Whoops. There's at least one way, which was in Kamigawa block. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice Chiss unless you remove a counter from a permanent you control. You get a 4 mana 4/4 flyer. You do that, you start eating the age counter. And, you stack them right, and it's like, well, the survivor's you're only going to have to pay 2 mana every upkeep. And you can keep both of them happy. Tap, draw 2, put a card on top. Tap, draw 2. Yeah. Filtering through your deck is never a problem Blue's had. This is just convenient that I can do it, every turn. With no mana investment after casting it and its upkeep cost. That being said, if you're playing white and you're playing cards like Solemnity, you never have to worry about the cumulative upkeep either. Oh yeah, Frozen Solid. I like this card in in some of my commons only decks as basically a way to shut down creatures. Especially if I've got a way to ping the creature somehow. Viridian Longbow is great because Viridian Longbow turns around and gives the equipped creature the ability to go tap 1 damage to any target. Cool. Frozen Solid. You're now Frozen Solid. You don't untap normally. Whenever you're dealt damage destroyed, ping, die. 2-card combo, but destroy target creature. Yeah, works for me. If I'm working with just commons, yes, I'm playing that. If I'm not working with just commons, I have better options. Usually I would prefer an effect like Pongify or something of that nature. Frozen Solid is still fine. I agree with putting Frozen Solid over the Survivor. I do see a lot of these cards as kind of meh. Yoko Mortar. 7 mana for a 12/12 trample that enters tapped. When it enters, sack unless you sack 5 lands. Doesn't untap normally. Whenever you play an island, you may untap him. So this guy needs to be in a blue-heavy deck somehow. or find other ways to have it find other ways to have it um find other ways to make it untap. There we go. Words, they're hard. I should learn how to use them. You're paying 7 mana for a 12/12 trample, which, you know, you'd normally be paying an extra 5 mana for. This is not a creature you want to reanimate. If you can't sacrifice 5 lands, you have to sacrifice the Yokomortar. That being said, you never need the Yokomortar to stick around to be able to make use of it. What? Example number... Well, idea number 1. Play red. Okay. Option number 1. Play cards like Pandemonium. Whenever a creature enters, that creature's controller may have it deal damage equal to its power to any target of their choice. TLDR. Creature comes out of play. Pandemonium triggers. Pandemonium goes, how big are you? Oh, you're a 12 power creature? You have the ability to do 12 damage anywhere you want. Where do you want to throw it? By the way, the creature is the source of the damage, not Pandemonium. Option number 2. Fling. Additional cast a spell, sack a creature. Deals damage equal to sacrifice creature's power to any target. Fling! Either way, you are using the fact that this is a 12/12 creature coming into play to suddenly go, here's 12 damage right at your face. If you don't want to take that route, you have... Oh, what were you called? Cards like Altar of Dementia. 2 mana creature, 2 mana artifact. Sacrifice a creature, target player mills cards equal to the sacrifice creature's power. Oh look, 12 mana, a 12 power creature just came into play. I'll let you mill 12. If it's gone before its enter the battlefield trigger resolves, you don't have to sacrifice any lands and you don't have to sacrifice it. What? Let's see. Gatherer. Do you actually show on the rulings here? No, you don't. Okay. But yeah. This is going to be very similar to other cards that have got similar abilities. So, like for example, if you have 4 lands when this enters, you would have to sacrifice it. You can't sacrifice it. You can't sacrifice 5 lands because they've only got 4. What happens if you've got 4 lands in play and it's no longer in play? when the ability goes to resolve. You can't do either. So, but here's the thing. The way it's worded, sacrifice it unless you sacrifice 5 lands. Oh, okay, well, I'm going to choose to sacrifice it. Oh, okay. You don't have to sacrifice lands. But it's already gone. Oops. Attica Wind Form. I think this I think this needs to, I think this needs to get played more often than people. I think this is a card people forget about, probably because it involves snow mana. 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer. Okay. Pay a snow +1. Target creature loses flying till end of turn. Blue is not commonly known for saying, hey, by the way, you can't fly anymore. Blue is usually known for, hey, by the way, guess what, you can fly now. It's not known for taking flying away. It's known for giving it. If anyone's going to take flying away, that's usually a green thing, sometimes a red thing. Not very often a blue thing. So, yeah, Yokel Mortar. Make use of the fact that, like, if you're going to play it, you're making use of the fact that it's a giant creature. And then, oh, wow. Oh, I just realized. If you have a card that's already in play that has the ability to copy something else. So, if you've managed to sneak a Yokel Mortar into play somehow, and then you copy it with I can't remember what you're called now. Not Magic Mirror. It's that artifact. Mirage Mirror. If there's a Yokel Mortar already in play somehow, and you drop a Mirage Mirror, you can basically pay 2 mana, go, hey, by the way, going to attack you with this thing that's become a 12/12 trample till end of turn. Whoops. And then you don't have to worry about paying its, sacrificing the lands. Maybe if you had a Torpor Orb or something, you don't have to worry about it not untapping because it only is that until end of turn. And then, well, at the end of turn, it will turn back to what it was. You can only play lands on your own turn. So, yeah. Attica Wind Form, yeah. If you want to muck around with the ability for people to fly, consider throwing this in your deck somehow. Vexing Sphinx. Vexing Sphinx, I don't really think was actually worth it. Because the problem I see here is, like, it's a 3 mana 4/4 flyer, which is cool. I think at this point we were still, well, you could probably just say Heart of Oceans had only come out a year or two before. I'd say 2 years, probably 2 years before. It was a 4 mana 4/4 flyer with an upkeep cost of removing a counter. This has got cumulative upkeep of discarding a card. When the creature dies, you draw a card for each Age counter on it. The problem is, the first upkeep, you're discarding 1 card. The second upkeep, you're discarding 2 cards. The third upkeep, you're discarding 3 cards. The fourth upkeep, you're discarding 4 cards. If you keep it around for 4 turns, you've discarded 10 cards. If it then dies, you're drawing 4 cards. You're still down 6, plus the Sphinx itself. That's kind of a lot. And so I saw that and I'm like, the only reason I would want this card, realistically, is if I want a regular discard outlet. Am I drawing so many cards? Like, can I draw so many cards that I need to keep the Sphinx, so I can keep the Sphinx fed? But then maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Maybe I just want a 3 mana 4/4 that I'm willing to keep around for a couple of turns. Maybe I just want to be a, maybe I just want to be Psionic Blast for a couple of turns. Attack with it for a couple of turns and then go, cool. Not paying the upkeep anymore. Sack it, draw 2 cards, 3 cards, whatever. Only keeping it around for a couple of turns. But again, can I find a way to make it, like, if I have this and Chisei Heart of Oceans in the same deck, like if Chisei is my general, Vexing Sphinx is the kind of card that I'm willing to put in to keep its upkeep under control. So, yeah, maybe. Again, there's ways to make it work. I looked at it for my Sphinx Travel deck, and I passed on it just because it's a lot of the Sphinxes that I'm playing don't really do anything with, like, there's some card draw, but there's you draw, you flicker yourself, you mill, you go back on top, you do draw, you kind of draw. Factor Fiction Sphinx. This turns Scry into draw. This is just a big beater. This is just a reasonable beater. Draw. This is just an efficient creature. Factor Fiction Sphinx. Sphinxachroma. Gets, yeah, okay. Yeah, I have. I shouldn't say I don't have a lot of card draw. I actually have a reasonable amount of card draw just in my Sphinxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, yeah. Okay. I only see 10. That's still a decent amount, and a lot of those are consistent as well. So maybe I could keep Vexing Sphinx fed. Maybe. Also, that's a reanimator deck. Like a mass reanimator deck. I.e. Cool, all my creatures died. Okay, let's bring them all back now. All at once. Yeah, one of them kind of decks. So if the Vexing Sphinx dies, okay, I'll just start the beginning again. Frost Raptor. 2/2 flyer for 3 mana. Again, at that point, that was the typical standby. With a bit of a snug, but not completely unreasonable activated ability. Like, this feels like one of those abilities that was. Pardon me. This feels like one of those abilities whose cost and effect are balanced to the point that it's not going to invoke any additional cost to the creature itself. Because if you take a look at a lot of creatures, you know, like Drawknock is a 5 mana 3/3. Whenever this becomes blocked, you may draw 2 cards. At this point, blue +3 for 3/3 is like just straight up vanilla is probably about right. You're probably looking something roughly equivalent to a hill giant. I do know that within a year we'll hit Blind Phantasm, which is blue +2 for a 2/3. No abilities, but blue +2 for a 2/3. So you're paying 2 extra mana for an extra point of power and the ability so that whenever it becomes blocked, you may draw 2 cards. So you're paying extra mana for the ability to draw extra cards. Frost Raptor, because blue +2 for a 2/2 flyer was still the standard at that point. This feels like the 2 snow mana that you're paying is the cost. You know, you're not paying extra up front for the, you're not paying in this 2 plus blue. There's no additional cost here. This is what you get for 2/2 flyer, which means this is the entire cost that you're paying to get Shroud. I don't know how will I explain that. That being said, giving this thing Shroud, I think if you're to build some kind of like hexproof deck and you're playing blue, I think this is not an unreasonable creature to throw into a deck like that. You just have to be a little cautious with it, because if you cast an aura and somebody tries to kill it in response, and then you give it Shroud, whatever auras are already on it stick around. But the aura that you're trying to cast will fail because it can't find it. It no longer has a legal target. So it's an option, but do keep your eyes on that. It is also a bird. Why a raptor isn't also a dinosaur bird, I don't know. But it's a bird. Wow. 3 hours in, and I've only just finished blue. Oof. Surging dementia. um, Less interested in this card than most of the others. Again, and I will point out that most of these ripples are ripple 4s, so maybe they'll just turn around at some point and replace them with just the keyword ripple. But or they actually do plan on reusing it at some point, and like what they did with Highway and giving different ripple numbers. Time will tell. Um, Again, the big reason to play a card like this is to manipulate the top of your deck. The discarding a card, if you're playing it for that, there's such better options. There's like over 9,000 better options. Don't bother. Krovikan Rot. Black +2. A recover of 3. Destroy target creature power 2 or less. The problem with Krovikan Rot is it can be countered so easily. Like even by decks that aren't running any sort of counter spells per se. Oh, you're playing green. Okay. Kill your Llanowar Elf. Giant Growth. It's now no longer power 2 or less. It's now an illegal target. So the Krovikan Rot fails. You know. Or you drop 2 Elf Lords and it's like, well, crap. And now the 2 Elf Lords also pump each other. Yeah, one of the probably the worst one I've seen so far. Yeah, just if you're going to do something like that, there's better options. Let's just call it there. There's better options. Krovikan Scoundrel. The reason to run Krovikan Scoundrel is probably because it's a rogue. Plain and simple, it's a black rogue. Rogue decks, as in the creature type, are commonly in Dimir. If you're looking through your collection for rogues that you have to build it, you may throw this in. I'd pass otherwise. None of these 3 excite me that much. The Scoundrel might be the most playable. Phobia and Phantasm. Not unreasonable. 3 mana. Man, it looks weird. 3 mana for a 3/3 Flying Fear with a cumulative upkeep of a black. Okay, I can see that. Again, the problem with this card, fear means that, like, here's the thing. It's got 2 forms of evasion. It's got flying and it's got fear. If your opponent is not playing black, then regardless of what else they have, they probably can't block this very well. First of all, it's got fear, which is the more relevant one. If there's 2 people playing black at the table, you're playing this, you're probably one of them, so there's probably only one other person that can try to block it. Thing is, the other person playing black probably also has flyers. question is whether those flyers are in black or not. If they're not, yeah, you've got unblockable all day long, as long as you can keep the cumulative upkeep fed. That being said, you're in black. Eating counters is not difficult. My favorite way to do that is Hex Parasite. 1 mana for a 1/1. Pay a Phyrexian black plus X. Remove up to X counters from target permanent. For each counter removed this way, this creature gets +1/+0 till end of turn. Those can be from any permanent. Hold on a sec here. No idea where the heck that's coming from. I have an itch right behind my ear. Anyway. So, I mean, this was partly put into New Phyrexia to deal with planeswalkers. But it can remove any type of counter from any type of permanent. Oh, look, I need to kill that battle. Okay. Yeah, and that can reduce this down to paying a black every upkeep. which is quite reasonable. But yeah, people playing black, like people forget how important, maybe even especially in Commander, flying is. Don't sleep on it, dude. Feast of Flesh. Again, this is one of those, hey, check to see how many cards with that name are in graveyards. Nobody else is going to be playing this card, let's be realistic. 1 black, so again, where X is 1+ cards with the same name, keep in mind, this is not in the graveyard until it finishes resolving. So this will not count itself. 1+ number of cards named Feast of Flesh in all graveyards. So X is going to equal 1. So 1 damage to target creature and gain 1 life. Okay, I'm going to deal 1 damage to you and gain 1 life. Not worth a slot. Unless you can... The big the number one time I would consider playing a card like this in Commander is if I was playing a group where we did Relentless Commander, and then I ran Feast of Flesh as my Relentless card. But realistically, if I'm doing that, I would find other cards instead to run. I'd probably run a Ripple card instead. But yeah, thus far, I would put Feast of Flesh down here. Martyr of Bones. So, we didn't really touch on the Martyrs, because the white one is actually really good. Martyr of Sands has seen play in Modern to randomly gain a bunch of life. 1 white for 1/1 human cleric. Pay a white, reveal X white cards from your hand and sack it. Gain 3 times X life. So if you reveal 3 cards, if you reveal 3 white cards, you'll gain 9 life. The blue one, Martyr of Frost. It's 2 to activate. but otherwise it's the same cost. Counter target spell unless they pay X. Well, if you reveal 3 blue cards, counter target spell unless they pay 3. The black one, Martyr of Bones, going back to... Oh yeah, and the blue one was a human wizard. The black one, also a human wizard. Pay 1, reveal X, black cards from your hand, sack this. Exile up to X target cards from a single graveyard. You reveal 3 black cards, you go, cool. Oh, I'll let you see these. Hey, by the way, eat that and eat that and eat that. Actually, you do it the other way around. You choose your targets and then you pay the cost. But it's a reasonable card. Are there cards I would rather play for graveyard removal? Sure. But I'm not completely unhappy to play it, and I'm not completely unhappy to see it played against me. Treasurehorn Sky Knight. This is a weird one. So this is a 7 mana 5/3 flyer. So that averages to a 4/4 flyers, so you should be looking around 5 mana, but you're paying 7. Why am I paying 2 more mana? Prevent all damage that would be dealt to this creature by creatures with first strike. The weird thing about this card is if you have, I don't know, is it Nemesis Mask? No. Equipment. Okay. Oh, no. Aura. Entangler. Entangler is probably the #1 card I want for the kind of thing I'm thinking. So if you've got a Sky Knight out, your opponent has a Chroma's Memorial. You drop a Sky Knight. Chroma's Memorial does a lot of things, including, I do believe, yes, giving all your creatures first strike. I have a Treasurehorn Sky Knight out. I enchant it with Entangler. I can block a number of creatures. Treasurehorn Sky Knight blocks all your opponent's creatures. All the damage is going to be prevented because they all have first strike. You then go, oh, in that case, I'm going to deal 5 damage this way. What? your 17-cent uncommon and your 11.86. Okay, so you spent $12 to counteract your opponent's army plus a $27+ card, mythic. Also this one. I like this one. This I'm eh. But for all turrets, I like the special guest one. Anyway, wow. So if I have any copies of Entangler floating around, those are $12 a pop. Damn. Uh, so yeah, this is one of those cards where you like if you donate Necroma's Memorial to somebody, people are going to wonder, what the heck are you? That's fine. Don't worry about it. You're good. Oh, that doesn't work. It also gives them protection from black. You can't block it. Damn. Oh, there's got to be another way to give them a first strike. Son of a brisket. I forgot that. Oh well. We'll figure something out another way. Oh. Archetype of courage? Yeah, archetype of courage. Okay, fine. Fine. Instead of donating a Chroma's Memorial, you donate archetype of courage. Fine. Anyway, Disciple of Tevish Sat, 4 mana for 3/1. Tap, target creature gets -1/-1 till end of turn. That's kind of approximately equivalent to tap, target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Although it does kill small creatures a lot. It does kill small creatures. But, so you can, based on that, you can kind of see this as a 4/2. And then 6 tap and sack it. Target creature gets -6/-6 till end of turn. I don't know if I would throw this in an aristocrat deck. No, probably not. But where I do want this is in a deck that can bring the creature back. I would put this in a deck that can regularly bring its creatures back from the graveyard. So something along the lines of, this is too much. This is too high in mana value for it, but something along the lines of Sun Titan. Because Sun Titan can only get back cards that are up to like 3 mana, and this is a 4-drop. But if you've got something of that nature that you can continually bring stuff back, Shieldred Whispering one would do it. I could see a use there. Gristle Grinner. Whenever a creature dies, this creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. It doesn't say it has to be your creature. So, you could do something like Innocent Blood. Each player sacrifices a creature. Okay. 4-player game, everyone sacks a creature. Shrug. This is now just casually a 11/11 till end of turn. Yeah. If you... oh no. Grave Pact. Whenever a creature you control dies, each other player sacrifices a creature of their choice. So, if you've got this out, and Gristlegrinner, and you cast Innocent Blood, everyone sacrifices a creature, so that's 4 creatures gone. But Grave Pact notices that you sacrificed a creature. So everyone else has to sacrifice, each of the other players has to sacrifice another creature. So 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 and 7 is 14 plus 3 is 17. Yeah. If you're playing a deck that's got Grave Pact, Gristlegrinner will go nicely with that deck. Soul Spike. Are you considering running a... Are you considering running a mono black burn deck of some sort? Or any sort of burn deck in Commander? Is it running black? Run this thing. Burn is a deck type that's really hard to make work well. That will help because it also gains you 4 life in the process. Zombie Musher. I don't think I would play this unless I'm running enough Snowlands. And I really want to make sure, I think, assuming I run 38, we'll say 39 lands, I think I would want, a third of my lands to be snow to make sure I can trigger, to make sure I can activate this regularly. I'd also want to run Cold Steel Heart to make sure that I can activate it. Like Cold Steel Heart and maybe one other. Replicating Ring. Yeah, Cold Steel Heart and Replicating Ring. Might still want Arkham's Astrolabe regardless. But Cold Steel Heart and Replicating Ring for sure. If I have enough snow basics, and I'm trying to run like 20-ish basics in my deck. In each of my decks. 20, give or take. I might go down to like 15 in some decks. I think there's one I actually went lower than that because I didn't think of running as many as... It's still got a decent number. It's just not, teens plus. But yeah. I think if I'm running 15 plus snow basics, I'm probably fine. Otherwise, I don't think I'd feel comfortable running it. Stronggull Crusader, the Black Pump Knight that matches the what do you call it? The White Shield Crusader. Because for quite a while, whenever White got a card that had protection from Black, Black got a card that had protection from White, and vice versa. And they basically mirrored each other. Kamigawa Block, I think, got that. I think they had Bushido one or something like that. It was a regular thing for quite a while, and they basically mirrored each other. Again, same reasons to play this. There you're playing it because it's a knight. It's got 2 pips for 2 for a 2 power creature. or for a 2 mana creature, and in that case it was a human. This time, instead of being a human, it's a zombie. I might play it. I might be more likely to play it in a zombie deck the than the order in a human deck, because there's generally more zombie payoffs, more cards that can actually make use of zombies. So more likely to see play there. Uh, Red cards. Surging Flame. Contrary to a lot of the other Ripple cards, this one, kind of like how I mentioned Flame Burst and there's Flame Burst, Kindle, and whatever the other one's called. Uh, 2 mana for 2 damage is not terrible. And then Ripple 4 on top of that is actually really useful. Basically, the Ripple is going to take the top 4 cards of your deck and shunt them to the bottom, because you don't have the ability to, you know, to actually Ripple into another. Again, barring an effect like, hey, by the way, let's play Relentless Commander. But if you have an idea somehow, you're playing with Sensei's Divining Top, or I think it's Orcish Spy is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. If you're looking at Orcish Spy and you're like, or sorry, if you're using Orcish Spy, I don't like the top of my deck. Surging Flame, burn somebody or something for 2, and in the process go, okay, here's the top 3, and my next one is, okay, fine, whatever. Put them on the bottom. I wonder, do you or do you not? You do not. It says put the rest on the bottom. It doesn't say in any order, and it doesn't say in a random order. I assume that you get to choose the order they go on the bottom in. I'll have to double check the rulings on Ripple, but actually, you know what? I have a tab open here. MTG rules Ripple. MTG. Ripple. Then put all cards on the bottom in any order. Cool. Yeah. But yeah, so there's a lot of cards that are 2 mana instants to do 2 damage, and they usually have something added on to it to make it, to make that acceptable. Because at least for stuff that goes through standard, shock has been the standard, no pun intended, for many, many years. And that's that's the base ability, not the Ripple, but the base ability, the 2 damage to any target of Surging Flame for a single red. no colorless added. And so, in other words, if you cut the mana, if you cut one mana off, you cut the ripple off, you've got shock. So paying that extra mana has got to be worth it. Ripple can be worth it, even in Commander, depending on what else you've got going on. So I wouldn't rule this completely out. 2 mana for 2 damage is still fine. You've also got cards like, for example, Magma Jet. 2 mana, 2 damage, scry 2. You know, there's other 2 mana for 2 damage options as well. But they usually involve some kind of additional something to make it worth paying that extra mana. At least theoretically worth it. And Surging Flame, again, if you've got cards along lines of Orcus Spy or whatever that allow you to see the top of your deck and muck around with it in any way, shape, or form, go for it. Goblin Furrier. Clambering up and over the powdery slope, the goblin chanced upon a small furry thing. There they regarded each other, the goblin and his new pair of earmuffs. So here's the funny thing about the Goblin Furrier. It's a 2 mana 2/2 Goblin Warrior. Seems fine. Prevent all damage that this creature would deal, to snow creatures. Stuff that sees play in EDA, that sees play in Commander, that has the snow types that might actually be relevant. Orin Frostfang, not gonna matter. Boreal Druid, not gonna matter. Svella, not gonna matter. Phyrexian Soul Gorger, I mean, it's not gonna die to it. You're not gonna attack with it. You're not gonna attack with it. Too big to care. Too big to care. Deals combat damage to a creature. Destroy that creature at the end of combat. Flies overhead. Flies overhead. More of a combo piece. Like just most of these cards that it would make a difference to. Most of these just they'll bounce, or the other thing will kill it, or it's just this ability just so rarely comes up. Don't even worry about it. Play this as though it had no text, is what I'm saying. Its ability of not dealing damage to snow creatures is going to come up so rarely. You might as well pretend it doesn't exist 99.9% of games. So, feel free to drop this into your goblin deck, or your, well, probably a goblin deck, as just a 2 mana 2/2 vanilla creature. Greerstone Spirit. I've talked about this card before. I think it's an interesting card. 6 mana for 4/4 that cannot be blocked by creatures of flying, which means if you give this thing flying, it's the if you give this thing flying, the only thing that can block it is creatures with reach, because they can block as though they had flying, but they don't have flying. So giving this flying means the only things that can block it have to have reach. Pay 3 mana to give target creature +0/+2 and fire breathing till end of turn. I'm actually quite happy just using this for, without the fire breathing bit. Like, think about it. How many reg cards do you know of that allow you to pump a creature's toughness? The funny thing is, for every 3 mana that you pump into it, you can give target creature an additional +2 toughness. Also, it's a hilarious flavor text. Having charted their way up the difficult face, the two mountaineers had to contend with the mountain's decision to stand up. Yeah. Imagine climbing a mountaintop, only for the mountain to go, I'm gonna go stretch my legs now. Yeah. Yeah, I could see a few decks I'd want to put this in. Largely because it does something unusual. I can, like, if I've got a way to generate a crazy amount, of mana, I can take my entire team and go, oh, okay, by the way, are you blocking with a 7/6? Okay, I'll activate this 3 times. It's now, instead of, a 2/2, it's now a 2/8. Shrug. Oh. Oh, firebending. Oh, this is hilarious in a firebending deck. Oh, yeah. Throw this in... this in firebending. I want to see people do this in firebending deck. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Tail stop. Do it. Orin Yeti. 4 mana for a 3/3. So basically a hill giant. A snow giant. You can pay 1 snow +2 to give target snow creature, just like itself, first strike till end of turn. Again, this feels like the ability is costed so that you're not paying extra, you're not paying extra in the mana cost for it, which I appreciate. 3 mana to activate to give first strike, one of which has to come from a snow source. I think I'm okay playing this with a little less, because I don't feel like this is an ability unlike regeneration, where I want to keep it always active. This feels like an ability I want to be able to activate once in a while. Because the zombie, the zombie musher, felt like one of those things where I want to keep it I want to be able to activate it multiple times in a turn cycle. I don't feel that's true with the Oran Yeti. I don't feel like I want to activate, give it first strike multiple times in a turn cycle. Do I want to be able to? Do I want to have the option? Sure, it'd be nice, but I don't feel it's necessary. Once in turn cycle is probably enough. Magmatic Core, what are you? I do not remember this card name even. 4 mana for an enchantment with a cumulative upkeep of 1. At the beginning of your end step, this deals X damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures where X is the number of rage counters on it. Oh. So if I do... So I can only hit creatures with it. I feel... it's not bad. Actually, it will help keep token decks under control. So don't sleep on that. Because a lot of token strategies turn around and go, cool, I've got a 1-1. I'm going to make X number of 1-1s. And they might have the occasional lord or two, but a lot of token strategies are just like, I make a bunch of 1-1s. Cool. I'll kill this one this turn. Okay. Next turn I'll kill those two. Not the following turn I'll kill those 3. The following turn I kill those 4. And the turns that you don't decide to pay for its upkeep, it's like chain reaction, wipe the board, etc., etc. So yeah, I can see that being played. I think so far the red cards, I have not found one I am not thrilled with. Orcish Blood Painter. If I'm playing Orcish Blood Painter, I'm playing cards that want to be sacrificed, which probably means I'm building some kind of aristocrats-ish deck with red in it. Now, the funny thing is, I could do this similar to how I built Olivia Voldaren. And basically do a steal and sack list where I consistently steal my opponent's stuff and then sacrifice it for front and profit. So that's an option. So you could build mono red aristocrats, or you could just go, Rakdos or something similar. Thing is, going Rakdos would be easy mode because you've got a bunch of good sack outlets in red, or in black rather. But I could see, if you want to go mono red aristocrats, especially if you're trying to keep it relatively budget. This is only, it's a 10-cent common. Maybe. Stalking Yeti. When it enters, if it's on the battlefield, deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls, and that creature deals damage equal to its power to this creature. So, four mana for 3/3. So again, you're looking at a gray ogre, or not gray ogre. You're looking at a hill giant. You can pay 3 mana to return it back to owner's hand. Activate only as a sorcery, so you cannot do it in response to its enters battlefield ability. But the Yeti, and another creature. Basically, fight happens, except it's not fight because this is consecutive. The Yeti deals damage to this, and then this deals damage back to the Yeti. And because it's not consecutive, because it's consecutive and it's not done at the same time, it's not fight. It's similar, it's related, but it's not fight. Because if you've got an ability that's like, oh, what are you? Phyrexian Vindicator. If damage should be dealt to this creature, prevent that damage. When damage is prevented this way, this deals that much damage to any other target. So if you try and... Actually, no. Phyrexian Vindicator. Let's see here. Type creature. But, good example. Anti-Venom, Horrifying Healer. If damage would be dealt to Anti-Venom, prevent that damage and put that many +1/+1 counters on him. There. Deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent controls. So 3 damage to Anti-Venom. Anti-Venom would prevent the 3 damage and instead get 3 +1 counters, which would make it an 8/8. And that creature deals damage equal to its power to this creature. So instead of 5 coming back, it's going to take 8. And cards like that are the reason why this is not fight. Because if it was fight, it would all happen at the same time. And the 3 damage to Anti-Venom and the 5 damage to the Yeti would happen at the same time. The result at this end would be the same, but the result at the Yeti's end is not. So if you wonder why this is not fight, just look at cards like Anti-Venom and that will, and seeing what happens between the two situations, that'll explain it. Goblin Rhyme Roamer. I always thought this was kind of cool. It's not good, but I mean, to be fair, for a common goblin, it's actually not bad. So green. Red +2 for a 2/2, which was about on par at that point. Pay a snow to give it haste till end of turn. Or tap the Goblin Rhyme Runner. Target creature can't block this turn. Rhyme Runners set off avalanches to immobilize foes, as well as to create more challenging slopes. I could see that. I think this is more likely to see play because of that first ability. The fact that target creature can't block, especially if you've got like a Voltron deck or something similar. Or even just, oh, you got 1 flyer in play. Cool. It's not blocking this turn. I attack with my flyers. Oh, crap. a card like that can be really, really useful in a lot of deck styles. Crowclasm, less good in my opinion in Commander than in other formats. Largely because white and blue, I feel, see a lot more play in other formats than they do in Commander. Again, they're not played, they're just played less often. Um, and unless you're like the other problem is that you have to take a look at the kind of lands that people are playing, not just the colors, but the actual types. This isn't destroy target land that taps for blue or that taps for white. This is specifically a plains or island. So, Rimewood Falls, it'll take out because it's a forest and an island. So it has the island type. But it won't take out the bright climb pathway regardless of which side you play it on, because even though this taps for white, it's not a plains. So, depending on what you're playing against, and again, oh, I will point out, if somebody is playing with Harbinger of the Tides, no, sorry, Harbinger of the Seas? Yeah, Harbinger of the Seas. That turns all non-basic lands into islands. Cryoclasm suddenly becomes more useful because that turns your, everybody's fetch lands, Evolving Wilds, Misty Rain Forest, um, Maze of this and other utility lands, Strip Mine, Ghost Quarter, all that jazz. Anything that's a land that's not just a basic land. Guess what? You're all islands now. Then Crowclasm can actually hit things. So I think it's a bit more useful. You really want to be playing Izzet to make that work. Now, and only you can answer whether that's worthwhile or not. And, well, is it? That being said, also, if you're. I could see this going a into like a blue-red burn deck of some sort. The problem with burn decks in general is they're pretty good against 20, opponents with 20 life. When you start off with 40 life, you're on an uphill battle, and each card has to be able to do more than just a couple of points of damage. You need to be able, which is why I was like kind of okay with Soul Spike, because it's 4 damage, which is kind of like 2 damage in a 20 life format. But 2 damage in a 20 life format does occasionally see play. Also, the fact that you gain 2 life, or 4 life, actually does make some difference. So, I don't know. If you build this on the same kind of premise as my mono black burn deck for Pauper, where as many cards as I could have, by the way, add damage, by the way, burn your face off, added to it, you might want to think, if you're building on that premise, then Crowdclasm might be worth a shot. I'm not sold on it, but it's not bad. Martyr of Ashes, 2 mana for the activation for this Martyr. X damage to each creature without flying. I have it in my mono red commons only deck because I need some kind of board wipe effect, and even if I cannot hit flying creatures with it, I can hit a lot of creatures for cheap cost. I reveal 3 red cards. P.S. The deck is mono red. I'm dealing 3 damage to each flyer, to each non-flying creature. That's a fair bit. Don't think you need to play that, but it's not a bad card to play anyway. Oh god, Balduvian Warlord. Remove target blocking creature from combat. Creatures it was blocking that hadn't become blocked by another creature this combat become unblocked. Then it blocks an attacking creature of your choice. Activate only during the declare blocker step. So. Oh, you're not blocking this anymore. You're blocking over here. Oh, that leaves you without a blocker? Guess what you're getting through? That's the TLDR of how Balduvian Warlord works. You want to muck around with combat? You play that. You really want to fuck over people's ability to combat? You play that. The fact that he's got, like, 1 strongly support creature type and 1 reasonably support creature type. Throwing this in is a little bit like playing Maze of Ith, except you're doing this to push through. You're doing this to make sure a creature that you wanted to get through actually gets through. Yeah. You play that card if you want to play with shenanigans. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, Karplusan Wolverine. That's adorable. 1 mana for a 1/1. Whenever it becomes blocked, you may have it deal 1 damage to any target. This is kind of like the more modernized, quote-unquote, version of Mog Fanatic. This is kind of like how we've more or less updated how Mog Fanatic, like creatures that are trying to be Mog Fanatics, more or less work a manner similar to this. They'll come into play and they'll deal damage, or when they're blocked they deal damage, or this, that, whatever else, rather than sack to deal 1 damage to any target. Green. Green. Surging Might. I'm less unhappy with this one compared to, like, White, I think, was gained 4 life. What was white? Oh no, white was the 2/1 first strike, which was meh. Blue was bounce, but blue was bounce a permanent, so that was fine. Black was discard, red was burn. Green, here's the thing. If it was just +2/+2 to end a turn and ripple 4, I wouldn't have cared so much for it, but it's an enchant creature that does it. Which means that +2/+2, sure, it's a bit of an upfront cost, but that +2/+2 is going to stick around till the creature dies. Much happier with this one. Much happier than it first looks. And again, if you've got any sort of way to manipulate the top of your deck at all, Ripple 4 is going to be, if somebody's taken like 2 lands and put them on top of your deck, cool. Thunk. Get rid of them. Yeah, Surging Might is actually, I think Surging Might is actually okay. I'd also consider cards that have got Ripple for decks like River Song, because you put the cards on the bottom of your library in any order, which means River Song has you draw from the bottom of your deck because you're meeting in reverse. And so you get to take the top, you get to decide what order you're drawing your cards in. Which, wait. Yeah, she says it. Yeah. Surging Might. Yeah, so the red one is 2 damage for 2 mana, which is fine. The blue one is 4 mana for Boomerang, which is still okay. Yeah, okay, I would play those in. I would play those. I would probably. I don't think I'd be unhappy putting them in River Song. Anyway, Surging Might. Again, stuff on top of your deck that you need to clear off. This will work. And a +2/+2 aura is still going to turn something that was meh into something a little more viable of a threat. Sound the call. This is 3 mana for 1/1 wolf. No, because it gets the token gets +1/+1 for each. Oh, for each card name, sound the call in each graveyard. Okay, 3 mana, you get a 2/2 wolf token. But it's a 1/1 wolf token that gets +1/+1 if Sound the Call is in the graveyard. As soon as the Sound the Call disappears, you have it's a 1/1 wolf. I don't think it's worth it, because you can get 2 mana and you can spend 2 mana and get 2 1/1s so easily. Hell, you can have 0 1s and 1/1s enter as riders for other spells and effects, and sometimes even lands entering. Just no. Searching Might's better. Runum Hulk. 5 mana for 5/6 pro snow and cumulative upkeep 1. Uh, this is probably more useful than the Goblin Furrier's snow prevention ability, because this can actually get through a few times before having to worry about paying the upkeep cost, and actually get through past your your Oran Vipers and your this will even get past will you get past through Dark Depths? You are not snow. The land is, the token is not. Interesting. But this will get through so many, this will get past through so many things that we've already talked about. So, I could see this getting some play. Freyalise' Radiance. 2 mana, cumulative upkeep 2, enchantment. Snow permanent stone untapped during their controller's untap steps. You know how you piss somebody off? Nope. Arkham's Weathervane. You change snowlands into non-snow. You change non-snow basics into snow. You keep doing the, you can keep tapping and untap, especially if you've got ways to like pardon me. Continuously tap and untap this thing. Oh look, it's a stacks piece. Yeah. Hey Krim, wanna play mono green stacks? Wait, what? Karplusan Strider. 4 mana for a 3/4 that cannot be targeted by black or blue. More relevantly, the black part. Not irrelevant, can't be targeted by blue, but more relevantly, can't be targeted by black. Which means a lot of black spells that people use to, like, all your terminate variant, you know, your terminates, your abrupt decays, your your murders, your cast downs, your snuff outs, etc., can't target. Does not stop enter the battlefield abilities of things like Ravenous Chupacabra. Good luck trying to bounce it. Can still be countered. So it's not it can't be stopped by black or blue. Just instance sorceries, auras, or anything that's got like a cast trigger that's black or blue, but not devoid. Those basically are stopped. Anything else, fair game. A kicked dam would work. etc., etc. But yeah, if you're playing Teamer Yeti Tribal, it's still worth playing. Aurochs Herd. I mean, how many Aurochs are there? Not that many. 4. And 1, 2, 3 of them came in Coldsnap. 6 mana for 4/4 trample. When it enters, you may search for an Aurochs, put in your hands, and shuffle. When it attacks, gets +1/+0 for each other attacking Aurochs. There's only 4 actual Aurochs. So if you're trying to build Aurochs Tribal, you have to run all 4, which all have this same ability. And I think they're all trample. And then you have to fill up with like clones and shapeshifters, basically. The thing is, yep, they're all trample. They all have the same. They all have the same attack trigger. Bolo's fine. I think the one I'm least fond of is the Aurochs Herd, which is the one we just did. Bull Aurochs, 2 mana for a 2/1 trample. With the attack trigger, but that's fine. It's a 2 mana 2/1 trample. That's still okay. Incidentally, the Aurochs Herd, anything that's got Changeling has all creature types in all zones, including in your library. So you can search up any Changeling that's in your deck with this. Oh. I have to send that to a friend of mine real quick because that's funny. I think that's the thing he'd appreciate. But yeah, Bull Aurochs is fine. You don't like just if you want a cheap trampling creature, it's still serviceable. It would only be a 2 mana 2/1 trample, but maybe that's enough for what you're looking for. Martyr Spores, 1 mana activation. Target creature gets +X till end of turn. Again, if you reveal 3 green cards, it gives +3/+3 till end of turn. I think if I'm trying to build a deck that's similar to how Elves plays, but without being Elves, but I'm still in green, I'm probably looking at Martyr Spores. 1, 2, Mystic Melting. This is basically naturalized as a slow trip. You're paying 2 mana now to draw a card next turn, in addition to naturalize. I will point out, if the target is made illegal before the spell resolves, then the rules say the spell gets countered. Countered upon resolution, I believe, was the official term for it. Colloquially, we just say it fizzles. And that means because it's got one target, and when it goes to resolve, its target is not legal. Yeah. You don't get to draw the card. It's not bad to spend a little extra, though, on a card. If it can replace itself. Or if you can get more. Like, if you can get more out of a card than what people normally play for a bit more, or maybe if you're lucky, the same investment, play that instead. You ideally want this to draw you a card now. Sort by cooler. Slice and twain. From Scars of Mirrodin, which would come out 2010. 4 years later. Cost half a mana more than Mystic Melting. Does the exact same thing. You're in white and require the blue kicker to do it. You draw only if what was targeted is blue or black. You draw a card. You're going to draw a card regardless. But will only blow up the thing if its mana value is not greater than the number of cards in hand. I don't know. I think if you're looking for if you're looking for naturalize as a cantrip, it's this and Slice and Twain basically, and maybe Rending Vines. Okay, not completely unhappy with it. Oh, resize. A slightly more expensive giant growth, but the ability to recover it. If you're looking for giant growth effects, this might be one of the first ones you should look at. Probably in the top, I would say in the top 10. How many giant growth effects are you running? I don't know. But if you're looking at giant growth effects, this, in my opinion, might be in your top 10. Rimehorn Aurochs. 5 mana for 3 trample. So you're paying an extra mana for the attack trigger, which is rarely going to come up. But target creature blocks target creature blocks target creature this turn if able. Oh. So for 3 mana, I am forcing you to block that. Only if you can. But you have to try and block that. What? But, but I... Hilariously, you can do something weird like try and make a creature block itself. Technically, that's a legal activation. It can't do it. But yeah, this is very much a commander kind of card. You don't have to be involved in it at all. Just have a little, a little snow mana handy. Again, like, just like, the Oran Yeti. This doesn't feel like a card where you have to have the ability to activate it all the time. Boreal Centaur, on the other hand, feels like one of those cards you have to do it. Oh yeah, yeah. Rhymehorn Aurochs. You're also playing this if you want to deal with combat shenanigans. Boreal Centaur, you want to be able to activate this regularly. But honestly, I probably wouldn't bother. Because for 2 mana, you should be able to get 2 3s and 3 2s natively. And just, Snow giving it +1/+1, activate only once each turn. Again, I think you do this if you're looking at playing, Bear Tribal, as in, I'm playing 2 2s for 2. If that's your starting point, maybe you're playing this. Brooding Saurian. Piss off some players. 4 mana for 4/4. At the beginning of each end step, each player gains control of unknown token permanents they own. So, each player's end step. There you go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, this is mine. This is yours. No. That goes. No. You had that. No. That started off in your document. Really annoys people that are playing like, your blue Yoinkum decks. But I mean, the only deck that I've got where I try and steal people's creatures, in theory, they would get them back at the end of turn. I'm just going to sacrifice them first. No big deal. Don't mind me. Though I do have some cards in there that try and steal stuff more permanently. So I'll probably steal the Brooding Saurian first. Steal that ASAP, sack it for fun and profit, and then go back to stealing people's shenanigans. No big deal. Shape of the Weirdo. Yeah. This is one of those cards where it'd be like, oh man, if you put this in a deck that also runs, let's say, blue, why do I want to run blue? Well, is this the right card? Yes. Tellurian Sentinel. 4 mana for 1/3 flyer. That part doesn't matter. Blue, tap, discard card. Return target permanent you own to its owner's hand. Or sorry, permanent you control. What? Return target permanent you control to owner's hand. So Shape of the Whittaga. Put 6/+1 counters on a creature. Or on a creature. Pay a blue. Return back to my hand. The 6 counters stay because they're counters. Just do this, basically 7 mana and discard a card. Put 6/+1 counters on target creature. And then it's the rest of what it says doesn't matter at that point. But for a lark, if you're not doing shenanigans like that, which you may or you may not be, at the beginning of your upkeep, put a +1 counter on an enchanted creature if it attacked or blocked since your last upkeep. Otherwise, remove one from it. No big deal. No big deal. Again, if you've got a way to continually bounce the aura back to hand, you can probably do it in other colors as well. It's just blue's the first card I can think of that natively bounces stuff. Enjoy. Simian Brawler. 4 mana for a 3/3. Discard a land card. This creature gets +1/+1 to end a turn. A, you want to draw a bunch of cards. B, you want to draw into a bunch of lands. So you probably want more lands in your deck than is typical. A card playing this probably wants somewhere around half lands, is my guess. Half lands and ways to draw a bunch of cards. And when I say a bunch of cards, I would assume you want to draw at least 4 at a time. 3 might be a little on the low side. I might start at 3. And I want payoffs for having cards and for having land cards. So I might be looking at Teamer, but this time I might be looking at Teamer because blue bulk draws really well. I'm running this. So red gives me cards like Seismic Assault. I think red-green gives me, I think it's Borborygmus and Raged. Um, stuff of that nature. Land's Edge. And so now I've got ways to actually discard lands for fun and profit. And then lands in my graveyard. Well, I'm going to want ways to get the lands back somehow. So, Drownyard Temple is a land that's going to want to be in there. Plus, green also gives you easy ways to get lands back from your graveyard back into play. Plus ways to play additional lands, etc. Also, blue gives you the Moonfolk from Kamigawa, which allows you to return pay some amount of mana and return lands back to your hand from play back to your hand for some kind of effect. Uyu Silent Prophet's probably the most common one people think of. 6 mana for a 4/4 flyer. Pay 2 and return lands you control to understand. Copy target instant or sorcery spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. So, I don't know, something that lets you... Okay, not what I was looking for, but sure. Yeah, there's probably something along the lines of growth spiral that'll let you drop 2 additional lands. Actually, what is the wording on growth spiral? You may put a land card. You may put... I don't see it. Alright. It's probably one somewhere. Anyway. All that is to say, Simian Brawler plus cards like Uyo plus Ramanap, Excavator, etc. can let you keep getting your lands back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And then you get your landfall triggers and everything else going on. So you can have a nice little engine going on with that. Hibernation's End. Hibernation's End is one of those cards where it's like, I have to build with a bunch of varied mana costs up to about 6. The problem with Hibernation's End is you want... It's a card that you want to build around, but you can only have one copy in your deck. And you really want this to come into play before you do much else. So you have to find ways to find it and get it into play. And that's... I think you could probably do it in... what are you? In Selesnya, i.e. in white-green. Because white's got a decent number of ways of tutoring up specifically enchantments. You're going to want a decent amount of ramp. You're going to want... Because you're going to want to be able to keep the Hibernation's End fed. I might recommend Bant, because that gives you all the growth spiral variants as well. Because the more lands that you can get into play, the easier it is to tutor up, or sorry, the easier it is to actually pay for its upkeep, especially if you've got creatures that come into play and search for lands and put them into play. So oh yeah. Oh, they changed that 20 years ago? I'm pretty sure. I don't remember if they were officially changed before Coldsnap, but definitely by the time Coldsnap came out. Okay, Wood Elves does do what I'm thinking of. When a sender search for a forest, put on battlefield and shuffle. Definitely, I think they officially changed it before Coldsnap, and Coldsnap was just the first set to come out to actually do things that way. But yeah, cumulative upkeep certainly, like using cumulative upkeep using counters makes life so much easier, because when cumulative upkeep came out in Ice Age, oh This is Illusions of Grandeur. This is the first card that I can think of from that era that had cumulative upkeep. This was not a thing. That section in the brackets was not a thing. The rules basically said, oh, it's been in play how long now? Cool. Pay that times whatever the cumulative upkeep cost is. Oh, this is your first upkeep? Okay, pay 2. Like after the your first upkeep after this come out, pay 2. This is your second upkeep? Okay, pay 4. This is your third upkeep after it's come out? Pay 6. And you just had to remember what you paid last time so you knew how much to add each additional time. It wasn't until around Coldsnap, around that time frame, where they actually changed the rules to say, no, we're going to change this so it uses counters. They're going to make them age counters because the funny thing is about the different kinds of counters is we'll use we'll give you a new type of counter if we don't want it to interact with most things. But if we want it to be able to interact with certain things, we'll use the same kind of counters. So, from Edge of Eternities, for example, when you station a spaceship, whoops, sorry, spacecraft. When you station a spacecraft, it gets charge counters. That will interact with stuff from the original trip to Mirrodin, over 20 years ago, that use charge counters. That means you can do things like, I think it's Paraconduit? Yeah. Speaking of station, I have a quick reels question about it. Uh-huh. Alright, Zero, what's your question? Station baby one more time. There's a station lands. If you earthbend one of those lands, can it station itself? I believe so. Oh. No. By looks of things, no. Yeah. Tap another untapped creature you control. Put a number of charge counters on this person. Yeah. So stuff cannot station. Cards cannot station themselves. Probably because they probably did that because it's relatively easy to turn cards with any given card type into a creature. Like, even if you didn't have Like, even if the turning a land into a creature is not difficult in and of itself. Uh, okay. Like, Evendo Waking Haven, being green, there's literally a card called Animate Land. Until end of turn, target land becomes a 3/3 creature that's still a land. Doesn't sound amazing. But then you go, cool. Animate land. I'll turn this into a 3/3. Tap. And put 3 counters on it. And there are much easier ways to do that. You could do... Corma spell and... You could do this combination. Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth. Each land is a swamp in addition to its other types. Corma spell. All swamps are 1/1 creatures that are still lands. Well, you put those two together, and then suddenly, Susur Secundi, Void Altar, is now also a 1/1 creature, so you could tap it every turn to just put counters on itself. Incidentally, this 2-card combination can go into any color deck, because even though this references swamps, it in and of itself does not have a black color identity. That's an artifact. Sorry, that's a colorless artifact. So you can put the two of them together into any deck, and suddenly you could do, I don't know. Yeah, I didn't look in Edge of Eternity as much, and yeah. The big thing that the two things that you'd end up getting from Edge of Eternities that I remember mechanically speaking were station and lander tokens, which I thought were really cool. Oh yeah. Yes, Mike corrected me, and warp. Edge of Fraternities. Was there anything else? Station and warp. Oh yeah, void. Void is basically a spin on not raid. What's it called? Fatal Push has it. I can't remember what you're called. Revolt. Yeah. Void is basically a twist on Revolt. Lobster becomes an eternal legal. Scientist is used for the first time in universe. Uh, and then lobster is actually a creature type. Trinket Mage posted a way to get 100 creatures using Sunstar Dreadnought and some card that turned 1 damage into a creature. Sunstar? Oh, this thing? 100 creatures. Oh, okay. Um, Phytohydra. Okay. So something, you're talking about something along the lines of an effect. Something like the effect of one of these, except instead of taking damage, it turns into bodies. All right. I'd have to look in. I'd have to look into it specifically. But yeah. Um. Anyway, wow. My brain forgot where it was. Yeah, hibernations, and I would probably try and build it as a Bant deck so I could tutor. Basically, with hibernations and as my quote unquote hidden commander, tutor it up, put it into play with white cards. Use the Simic cards to, use Simic cards to get extra lands into play. So I can keep the hibernations. So A, I can get hibernations and out sooner. B, so I can keep it around for longer. um. Oh wow, is that further than I thought? That is further than I thought. Uh. Gold cards. Uh. Garzazol Play Queen used to be playable back in the day in Commander. Well, I say playable. Used to be a card that people actually played. We'll put it that way. 7 mana for 5/5 Flying Haste Vampire Noble. Not a bad start. Whenever a creature dealt damage by Garzazol this turn dies, put +1 counter on her. And whenever she deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. So she's got the same ability that Sengir Vampire had. And if she hits a player, you draw. Basically, you're getting the vampire ability here out of black, the card draw out of blue, and the haste you're getting out of the red. I mean, if you want to play Grixis Vampires, as far as the Grixis Vampire is concerned, she's still fine. Would I run her as my general? I'm not sure. But she'd still be fine somewhere in the 99. Huh. Grixis Nobles. That would be interesting. I wonder. Okay, there's enough. So there's 90 nobles that you could run now. That's hilarious. Okay. Grixis Nobles, maybe she makes it. Actually, you know what? Sort by color and sort descending. Oh no. You've got a few options. You've got 6 options that you'd have to decide between. You draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of demons you control. No, you want to play Demon Tribal. You really want to be a Demon deck. I think if I'm playing Grixis Nobles, I think it's between Garzazol and Lord Xander. Depending on the kind of deck I want to build. I think it's one of these two. Hornet Nest. Yep. Yep. That would do it. Yeah, I think if I'm playing I think if I build Grixis Nobles as, like, if I were to do that, I think Garzazol would be the option. Deep Fire Elemental, as I like to call it, Deep Fried Elemental. Basically, this is a callback originally to Gorilla Shaman, which originally got printed back in Alliances. You know, 1 red for a 1/1. Pay double X plus 1. Destroy target non-creature artifact with mana value X. Deep Fire Elemental. Okay, now you get 1 red, 1 black plus 4 for 4/4. With the same activated ability, but now it's artifact or creature. So you are looking at destroy target artifact or creature. I don't remember a card that does specifically that. Wow. Yeah, that's not really an option you normally see. Like, it's usually artifact, creature, or land, or artifact, enchantment, or creature, or, you know, it's almost never specifically artifact or creature. It's interesting. um, but yeah, just like Grillo Shaman, it cared about the card's mana value. Well, same thing here. And this thing will end up being really good nowadays because there's a lot of tokens running around. And if the token is not said, hey, if the token, if the effect that made the token doesn't say, hey, by the way, you're a copy of blah, if it's just make a 1/1 spirit token, or make a 4/4 angel token, or make a 6/6 flying demon token, or whatever. Okay, you don't have a mana value. I pay 1, kill it. Really good right now. Tamanoa. Whenever a non-creature source you control deals damage, you gain that much life. So, the funny thing about Tamanoa is any source that deals damage, you'll gain life from. As long as it's not a creature. Okay. Because that's what lifelink is for, right? So give it lifelink on your creatures, that's easy stuff. Put Firesong and Sunspeaker in the same deck. Now your instants and sorceries. your red sorceries will gain you life. Or sorry, your red instants and sorceries that deal damage will gain you life, and your white instants and sorceries that gain life will deal damage. This is who I'm talking about. Red instant and sorcery spells you control have lifelink. White instant and sorcery spells, if they cause you to gain life, they deal 3 damage to target creature or player? Not to any target? Really? Oh, that was after the changes. Oh. That's in Dominaria. That was after they changed. They left it as target creature or player. Okay. You cannot actually, because Firesong and Sunspeaker was originally printed after the change from the damage redirection rule to Planeswalkers. It's not to any target anymore. It is target creature or player. You cannot fire that damage at Planeswalkers. You cannot fire it at battles. Huh. Oh yeah. There's very few cards that allow it. Smite. There's I think 2 or 3 cards that I can think of that allow it. But lifelink, as written, never specifically in the rules, as far as I ever remember, said that it had to be a creature that had it. It was just weird to put it on a non-creature. But yes, there was nothing in the rules that stopped it from getting put onto non-creatures. It's kind of like having a land that says it has flying and no ability to turn into a creature. But, I mean, look at Secret Tunnel. It says, this land can't be blocked. But it has no native ability to turn into a creature. But there's cards in the set that can turn this into a creature. But you could put this in like a random commander set, and people might look at it a bit weird, but if there's cards in a set like, Animate Land or whatever, sure, why not? Anyway, uh, Tamanoa, the first place a lot of people like to think of when it comes to cards like Tamanoa are cards like City of Brass. Whenever this land becomes tapped, it deals 1 damage to you. Tap for mana of any color. Okay. Sure. Whenever it becomes tapped, it deals 1 damage to you. Whenever a non-creature source, that's a land, that's not a creature, you control deals damage. If it's dealing damage to you, it's still dealing damage. You gain that much life. So Tamanoa basically makes City of Brass painless. Although I will point out that if you combine it with rocks, I can't remember. Wait, if you combine it with cards like Rock's Faith Mender, okay, well, instead of gaining 1 life, I'll gain 2 life. So Tamanoa and Rock's Faith Mender means if I tap City Brass, I actually gain a life. Then you decide on which kind of wraths you want to use. Chain Reaction. Deals X damage to each creature where X is the number of creatures on the battlefield. If each player has got 3 creatures out and it's a 4-player game, that means each creature is going to take 12. That means 12 creatures are going to take 12 damage each, so 144 damage. Whenever a non-creature source you control deals damage, you gain that much life. This is going to see the damage happen. Go to trigger, die from the damage, but the triggered ability is still go on the stack, I'm pretty sure. At which point you should gain 144 life. If a non-creature source you control deals damage to that drops your life total. Let me just double check that real quick. But yeah, Tamanoa Really fun, really silly creature. Basically, if you've got any way of dealing damage that's not from creatures, um, they don't have to be they don't have to be instants or sorceries. They can be enchantments. They can be triggered abilities. As long as it's not a creature that's the source of the damage, you're good. Whatchamacallit? Pyro Pyrohemia, I think it is. The red version of Pestilence, same thing. Deal 1 damage to each creature and each player. Okay, well, if there's 6 creatures in play and 4 players, so that's 10 damage being dealt. Okay, you get pinged for 1, but then you gain 10, so net result, you gain 9. Wilderness Elemental. It's an okay card. 3 mana, X3 with trample. Power equal to the number of non-basic lands your opponents control. That's all your opponents. So in a 4-player game, you probably have 3 opponents. If each of them's got, say, 2 non-basics, 2 dual lands or whatever, then, hey, look, this is suddenly a 6/3 trample for 3 mana. It's fine. TLDR gets to be a really efficient creature. Real fast, real easy. Diamond Fairy. You want to play this in a snow deck, specifically. Like something with a bunch of snow creatures. And then this can turn around and pump all your creatures, pump all your snow creatures. Because it's... Yeah, this will... I mean, the worst case in the situation is this is the only one. Yes! Woo! I was right. Taminoa does see the mass destruction that happens from chain reaction, etc., and gains you many lots of life as a result. But yeah, worst case scenario, this is the only snow creature you've got in play, so you pay 2 mana to give it +1/+1 to end a turn. But every 2 mana you pump into it, it's another +1/+1. If you happen to have anything else, cool. Doesn't take much to make this better than just itself. It does mean you need to have snow mana to be able to activate it. Secwire the Deathkeeper. This did see play back in the day as like basically a payoff for aristocrat strategy. You don't need to go to Jund, but going to Jund is not not bad inherently. Especially since, you have the ability to generate extra copies of creatures. Like, you've got creatures that when they come into play, they make creatures. Creatures that when they die, they make creatures. Creatures that let you copy creatures. And, your uh, Kiki Jiki and stuff of that nature is what I'm thinking of there. Or you even have Bramble Sovereign, which is a green creature that when a non-token creature enters, you can pay 2 mana to make a copy, and that's a green creature with a green with a green triggered ability, etc. And so then you start sacrificing them and getting more tokens. And well, how many tokens do you want? I think the answer to that is yes. Because then you start, now you've got sack outlets you can play with. So, used to be a known card for like a Jund aristocrat deck, but you never like even at that point, I don't think you really needed. Well, no, Jund was still okay in that context. I'm not saying this isn't to say I think Jund is bad. I think you've got better payoffs now though, and I think there's less need to run it as Jund than there used to be. Vanish into memory. So Vanish into memory is 4 mana. Basically, you exile a creature and it comes back at the end of turn under owner's control. When it leaves, you draw cards equal to the creature's power. When it comes back, you discard cards equal to its toughness. So you really want to be flickering things like like the wilderness elemental in the example I gave is going to be a 6/3. So you're going to, if you flicker this, you're going to draw 6 cards, and then when it comes back, you'll discard 3. Vanish into memory. It is not out of the realm of possibility to build a Azorius Reanimator deck. White actually has quite a bit of reanimation available to it. Most people think black. But the first reanimation spell that I can remember that didn't have any weird shenanigans going on with it, it was just take a creature and bring it back into play, was Resurrection in white. And it's had a few others since then. Quite a few others since then. People just forget it's a thing. Sometimes there's additional stuff added on to it. Like Defy Death, where if it's an angel or some other versions of this card, it's a different creature. It might be if it's a dragon, put 2+1 counters on it or whatever. Some miraculous recovery, where it's 5 mana instead of 4, but it's an instant and you get a +1 counter on it, which technically means you could spend not saying you should, but you could spend miraculous recovery, use that to bring back a Hangerback Walker or a even worse, a walking ballista. Gonna spend 5 mana, take this 0/0 out of my graveyard, have it enter, but put a +1 counter on it, so it stays alive, and now I can start paying 4 mana to add counters to it, and yeah, bad. I'm a bad, terrible person. But yeah, there's actually quite a few cards in white that will let you bring creatures back into play, and then blue has ways of drawing and discarding. So if you're in the market for like a Azorius Reanimator strategy, because that's not a combination people normally see, this Blizzard Spectre, built on the premise of cards like Hypnotic Spectre and Abyssal Spectre. 4 mana for 2/3. In this case, more Abyssal Spectre. 4 mana for a 2/3 flyer. Abyssal Spectre was 2 black plus 2, 2/3 flyer. And its ability was not modal. You didn't get the bounce option, you just got the discard option. So ignore this option and ignore, basically cut this section here out. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, that player discards a card. It was eh. But the fun thing about this is, like, if you can find a way to keep getting, like, extra combat somehow, and I'm not saying you should. Oh, or whenever it deals combat damage to a player. What happens if this got double strike? Well, now you get to do this twice. So yeah, Blizzard Spectre. Oh, I don't know. Quirixus extra turn, or sorry, extra. Well, there's extra turns, which you could do. Actually, you wouldn't need extra turn. You would, if you're going extra turns, you could probably do that straight in Dimir. If you're going extra combats, you probably need to go at least Grixis. Crim might be all over. Oh no. Crim, what are you doing to me? You're a terrible person. Juniper Order Ranger ends up being a combo piece, if I remember right, with whenever another creature enters under your control. Color. What was it I was... I remember seeing you. What were you? Whenever creature token leaves. Put +1 on itself and a +1 on. What was... I'm trying to remember what it was now. Jumper Order Ranger combo. Murderous Red Cap. Enters battlefield, damage equals. So you need that plus a sack outlet. Oh, damage to itself. Oh, okay. Yep, yep. Three card, 4 card. Okay, so the only ones I'm seeing at the moment are... Oh! Basking Brood Scale. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1 counter on that creature. Oh. Yeah. Damn it. Whatever. I'm sure there was something else. Sure there was something else, and I can't remember what it was. Unless I'm mixing it up with something. Because I feel like it used to be a thing in... Utopia Mycon. I don't remember. I'm annoyed. I cannot remember what it was, but I know there was a combo for it. I know there was. I know there was a combo for it, and I'm completely drawing a blank. It had. Put +1 counter on that creature. There was something, and I will remember. I'll probably wake up at like 3 in the morning or something and remember them. But anyway. And then Zur the Enchanter. Zur the Enchanter, I almost turned around and used this as my thumbnail picture because this very much screams the way people build commander decks. Um, you know, here's a general who has an interesting ability. Let's build around doing that. And so you build a deck that's got, Zur as your commander. Drop it in play, turn 3, turn 4. Attack with it the next, maybe you've got dust boots on it, i.e. Swiftfoot boots. Attack. Go through your library, find an aura that you want to throw on to them, and it's like, okay, by the way, here's diplomatic immunity. Oh, by the way, here's, blue ward. Hey, by the way, here's green ward. Here, by the way, here's red ward. Here, by the way, here's, etc., etc. By the way, here, let's give him double strike. Hey, by the way, let's give him whatever else you can come up with. I mean, I mean, people. I the reason I build the decks the way I do is because it's so easy for people to go online and look up, to go somewhere like EDHREC, and nothing against EDHREC. My perspective is this is how people are using the site rather than how I feel the site should get used. EDHREC, just like Scryfall, is great for searching for ideas. People take EDHREC and go, what are the most popular cards for this general? Okay, copy, paste. What? So, that being said, but yeah, so I see, Zur the Enchanter. I'm going to go looking for auras that I think are, would make sense to put into that kind of deck. And I'll put them in. And sure, I'm looking for auras that have, yeah, I have yet to use the deck off Architect or EDHREC. I have to do the research. Yes. Alright, let's restrict this slightly. Yeah. So problem number 1, this. Okay, well, what am I looking for my enchantments to do? Well, the first ones you want are things that will protect Zur. And by the way, notice it says an enchantment card. It doesn't say an aura, so that's what people commonly go for. This is commonly designed as an aura deck. But there's nothing saying you can't run regular enchantments. There's also nothing saying you can't run enchantment creatures, legendary enchantment artifacts, enchantment creatures, or enchantment lands. Anything that has enchantment in the type line, fair game. As long as it costs 3 mana or less, you're good. Artifacts. Jester's Scepter. Jester's Scepter. I have this in my colorless control deck for a reason. Well, actually, 2 reasons. One, it steals cards off the opponent that they can't, then easily get back. Pardon me. 2, it allows me access to the ability to counter certain things. If I think somebody's likely to have Wrath of God, cool. Hey, look, I just... I'm going to keep these here. Oh, you cast Wrath of God. 2, tap. Here, I'll put this back in your graveyard. I counter that one. Wait, what? You ideally want to try and hit, anything that's a commonly played staple sort of thing are your best options for these. It is hilarious though when somebody goes, okay, now I'll cast my, my 5th Slime Against Humanity, and you go, oh, you mean one of these? If I have a particular friend who was building a Slimes Against Humanity deck, and I think she was going for like 50 slimes. I think she stopped at like 35, but I think she was going for 50. Now imagine a deck with 50 Slimes Against Humanity, and the top 5 cards are all Slime Against Humanity, which is not a completely unreasonable ask. Okay, your slimes are getting big. I'm going to counter the next 5 that you cast. Wait, what? Yeah. Come on. Phyrexian Ironfoot. Not a terrible card. Not a card I'd be likely to play. But, 3 mana, 3/4. That doesn't untap normally. You can pay a snow and 1 to untap it. There's enough ways to untap it if you really want to go down that route. It's got its own built-in way that just requires snow mana. But beyond that, it's an artifact creature. You can untap it with things like Voltaic Construct. There's also, I believe, Unwinding Clock will do it. Yeah, untap all artifacts you control during each other player's untap step. play this on turn 3, and then the clock on turn 4, and have fun. Well, I wouldn't say your eyes are terrible. I think it's a question of what you're watching the stream on. If you're watching it on your phone, for example, it's going to be harder to tell. Uh, B, Phyrexian mana is a lot more popular than Snow mana, which really only came, if memory serves me correctly, literally just in Coldsnap, um, Kaldheim a little bit, and then some in, I want to say, MH2. You know, spatters here and there. But realistically, it was only in the 2 sets. And Phyrexian mana, especially since we've encountered it recently in like March of the Machines era stuff as well, it's a much more popular thing. So seeing a symbol that looked odd and thinking it was Phyrexian, I could understand that. And I'll tell you right now, on my second screen, I see like on my OBS window, yeah, it's like the size of the symbol itself is like, you see this 8 where it says, for euros, it's 8 euro cents. Look at like the bottom half of that 8, and that's about the size of the snow mana symbol on my other screen. So I know it's snow because I recognize it and I see the reminder text beside it. But if it wasn't something I was familiar with, if it was something I wasn't familiar with, yeah, I could very easily make the same mistake. But yeah, Phyrexian Ironfoot, it's fine. Phyrexian Snow Crusher, this is basically the snow version of Juggernaut. It's a bit bigger, actually. It's a decent size bigger. It's a 6/5 instead of a 5/3. Still has to attack each turn if able. I'd say it's got fire breathing, but you have to activate it with snow mana. So maybe we just call it, I don't know, snow breathing. Pay 2 mana, at least one of which has to be snow. +1/+0 to land a turn. This is actually a perfectly serviceable creature. If you just need something that is going to get through for damage regularly, and you have enough snow in your mana base, sure. Phyrexian Soul Gorger. There are a few ways to build this. One, it's a 3 mana 8/8 that you don't care about it staying around any amount of time. What I said before about Yokel Mortar, this is a 3 mana 8 power creature. Comes into play, lives for a turn, dies the following turn, or at least stops people from attacking. And, and maybe comes into play and deals 8 damage due to an effect like Pandemonium. Second option, you do plan on keeping it around for a while. You toss this in like an aristocrats list. Third option, is this the one I'm thinking of? Yes. It gains haste. Go to the beginning of the... Well, no, you don't want to do that with... I was thinking you could give it to your opponent with Beamtown Bullies. That doesn't work the way I think it does. But maybe you give it to your opponent with something like Zedru instead. And maybe you put in your Zedru deck, you put something like Rhea Dawnbringer in. And maybe a Sun Titan. So you can get stuff back in your graveyard that people decided they were, they've had enough, and they decided it should go on and live a happier life elsewhere. And you go, cool, let's get it back. Let's give it back to you. But I'm done. But I'm done with it. No. I insist. You can have it. So there's that option. And just making your opponents I mean, I would turn around and give it to the person playing the token strategy, and to the point where it's like, okay, they actually have to start sacrificing an actual number of tokens now, not just a couple. Thrumming Stone. Oh dear, Thrumming Stone. Spells you cast have Ripple 4. Let me pull up a deck list for you. Azorius, Advisor Mill. I've mentioned this before. This is my Persistent Petitioner's Advisor's Mill deck. I'm running Tobias Andrian because I wanted to build a deck with him, and I didn't know what to build. And then I saw his oracled type line said he's now an advisor. So I'm like, advisors. Milling, I can do that. 24 persistent petitioners. 20 other advisors. Some mass removal. Oh look, it's a Thrumming Stone. If you get Thrumming Stone out, and then you play Persistent Petitioners, there's well, if you have 2 Persistent Petitioners in hand, or like cast one now and cast, draw and cast another one later, the next turn or something, there's, I find, a really high chance that you will get most of the remaining petitioners that you have in your deck castable. There's only 24. I don't think you need more when you've got Thrumming Stone. If you run more, those odds go up a lot. But this really requires you to be playing a deck that has, you can run a number of card X. So this works well with Heir Apparent. This works well with oh, this can work. This can be really silly with Dragon's Approach. Because it's 3 damage to each opponent. 3 damage to each opponent. If you've got, I don't know, 30 Dragon's Approaches in your deck, you could conceivably ripple them all out. Do 75, 80 something, potentially 90 damage to everybody. And then start exiling them from your graveyard and fetching out actual dragons. Have fun with that. Cold Steel Heart. People play this when they don't have enough ramp artifacts to play with. If they want more ramp artifacts, Cold Steel Heart. Well, let me rephrase that. When they don't have enough cheap ramp artifacts to play with. It's a snow artifact. Any mana that it produces is snow. So therefore that will, Cold Steel Heart will allow you to untap the Phyrexian Ironfoot, or will allow you to pump the Snow Crusher, etc. Mishra's Bauble, largely used as, I'd say, a combo piece. That's somewhat true. Basically, it's a 0 mana artifact that you can sack to draw a card. Draw a card next turn. But you put that in a deck that allows you to keep getting it back. So, for example, if you put that in a mono white deck that had something like Sun Titan and Eldrazi Displacer, you pay 3 mana, flicker the Sun Titan. When it enters, you get back a permanent mana value 3 or less. You get back the bauble. You crack the bauble. You'll be drawing another card on the next turn. You flicker the Sun Titan again. Do it again, do it again, do it again. And you've got this small little mono white draw engine going on. And then land. Land. Let's take out the basics. That leaves us 8 lands. The 5 snow basics. The 5 snow duels, which, if you care about running snowlands, these are fine. 26.49, $1.22, 89, 94. Okay, so the 2 white-based ones are actually worth a fair bit. Interesting to know. But yeah, if you can produce snow, like if your deck wants you to run snow mana, these are fine. If you're just looking for relatively inexpensive dual lands, if you're in red-green, for example, Highland Weald is a quarter. Cool. If you need a cheap dual land, here you go. Tressorhorn sinks at 49 cents, for red-black. Okay, probably. After that, I would probably, because you're 89 cents, I'd start looking at other dual lands at that point. Boreal Shelf at 94. Arctic Flats, $1.22. I think there's lands that are better than these 3 at, that cost less. But at under 50 cents each, these 2 I think are fine. They are snow. They don't have any basic land types, but they are snow, and they tap for 1 of your 2 colors. But they enter tapped. which is part of what I was talking about before. It's, you know, they are uncommon and they enter tapped. You want something that can enter untapped, it's going to be rare. Rare mythic. Mouth of Ruinum, taps for colors. Pay 5, one of which has to be snow. Tap and sacrifice the mouth. 4 damage to one target. You need enough snow sources to make it worthwhile, but I'd say probably 10 is probably enough. Also, like A, with the amount of card draw that people generally play, and B, the fact that you don't need to be doing this right away. Because think about it. You're looking realistically at 6 mana. Snow plus 4 plus sacrificing the mouth. Tapping and sacrificing the mouth. You're looking at 6 mana. You're probably... So this is... This could be your 6th land. Have you got a snow source in your other 5? Again, 10 is probably a reasonable point, but the other question is 4 damage going to be enough? Scrying sheets? I am much more interested in scrying sheets by a long shot. Taps for colorless, or tap a snow plus 1 and tap it. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a snow card, so in most decks it's probably going to be a land, you may reveal it and put it in your hand. You always get to look at it. You never have to reveal it. If you're revealing it, it has to be snow, and if it is, you get to put it in your hand. Good card. Dark Depths, win con in some decks. We know about Dark Depths. You combine this with things like Thespian Stage and whatnot to have a copy that's got 0 counters, which you then sacrifice, which then turns around and makes this giant 2020 flying indestructible beastie. That is not hard to get rid of. Like, it's difficult, but it's not hard to get rid of. You know how you piss people off? What do you code? Sting Scourger. Get this out somehow at instant speed. Return target, when it enters, return target creature and opponent controls to its owner's hand. 10-cent card. 16 if you're fancying going with planar chaos. 75 cents on for the foil on TCG player. Woo. Yeah. But yeah, that's it for tonight. A little later than I expected. No chair stream tonight. But anyway, I'm gonna let y'all go for night. Hope to see you next week. That would be... Well, gee, Time Spiral itself. What's in Time Spiral? Ooh, Skittering Monstrosity, Stormcloud Djinn. I always thought that was interesting. Wormwood Dryad. Flamecore Elemental, Basalt Gargoyle. I thought was cute. Dirkwood Tracker, again, another thing that tries to fight, but it isn't. Yeah, there are some interesting cards in this set. Oh, combo piece. Wait, what? Yeah, combo piece. We'll talk. We'll talk. We'll talk. Anyway, that's it for tonight. See y'all next week. As LTT would say, same bad time, same bad channel.